to deliver on each of these objectives, and also share some of our experiences and some of the issues and opportunities way forward. So just a brief background. You all know what the COCO is. COCO board was established by an act of parliament in 1981. One of those oldest commodity boards around the place. And our exports and the way we manage the industry is governed by the COCO Act of Regulations of 1982. From the 2010-11 census, COCO was looking after 154,000 households. Over the last 10-15 years, we expanded to a couple of other new provinces. So we are looking at around more than 2 million people who are dependent on COCO for their livelihoods. Also, you will notice that in the sector, I think most of the plantations are gone now. We only have a few remaining active plantations. There's less than 10 plantations around the country. All the plantation sector is gone, and most of the production going out of Papua New Guinea is basically coming from our smallholders. Last year we did about 42,000 tons, produced 42,000 tons in the country. Of that, 41,000 was exported. And now most of this cocoa content is going into the bulk Asian market. Due to the good prices last year, the industry generated about 1.2 billion. Also, if you look at in history a few years back with the FER exercise in 2014, COCO board subsumed the functions of research and development into our operations. Previously, COCO board was only looking after exports and regulations. But since 2018, we have subsumed the research and extension functions from former CCIM. I've also put down there one of the things there is, there's lots of demand for cocoa right now, seedlings right across the country. But again, cocoa is growing in 21 provinces across the country. Our work is now covering 21 out of the 22 provinces in Papua New Guinea, and a lot of these places are not accessible to some of our centers. So that's a background to the cocoa industry now. I will take you back in time. If you look at the alignment of industry plans, the way how the industry is organized. Our work was done up in 1981. Since 1981, we have not reviewed the act. So a lot of things have been happening on the advocacy, not guided by good policy, not guided by good regulation. When I joined last year, of late 23, we had to align COCO board's corporate plans to align our activities with NPD4 so that we could get funding. And I will tell you, COCO board never had a corporate plan since 2016 or even earlier than that. I've never seen one. So we only had a strategic plan in done up in 2016. And we never had a living campaign, so we just, I think, early this month, not this month, I think late last month, we just concluded consultations around developing a COCO corporate plan. What you will also notice here is that when these options are functions of the extension into COCO board, we got the functions only. We never got the funding that normally used to go to 6 lakh. The funding never came. So what happened was we absorbed the staff, we put them into ALESCO, and we're looking after the staff. But there's no funding for research and extension. Most of our extension work currently is driven through our PIP programs like the freight national COCO necessary program, is basically driving the extension program around the country. And even some of the stuff within our structure, within the main COCO board extension itself, are not in ALESCO. We look after them through the projects just to maintain operations and keep some of our business across the country. So that's a kind of dilemma we are in. Our strategic plan has also ended this year. So we've managed to get some funding from UNDP to the Forum project. So we will have some industry consultations, I think, for this month onwards. So once we do the industry consultations on the COCO Act and regulations, we will also be reviewing the COCO strategic plan as well to come up with a new COCO Act, a revision of the COCO Act and the regulations, and then we will also have a strategic plan closely following the review of that. So some of the things in the policy space that we need to address, because if we do this correct, then we can absorb a lot of the functions which is currently outside the structure, bring them into the main operations, and that should adequately help us to cover the cost of operating the full operations of COCO across the country, including the extensions and the export controls, quality control, export documentation, and all those things. So that's the kind of situation we are faced with in COCO. But we are doing something to try to get these plans in place, get ourselves aligned to NTDB4, get ourselves aligned to NAFB, and the bigger vision and the plans of the current government of the place. That's sense of where we are in the industry with our current plans, regulations. Okay, I just briefly take you to this is all given in NTDB4. And this is our main programs which we are bidding for annually through the PIPs to the national government to fund. So one we have there is a National COCO Development Program. Other one we have there is the National Freight COCO Freight Program. Other one of the key programs in COCO board is the Provincial and the District Nurseries Program. And then we also have the COCO downstream processing and value addition. We got some budget appropriations last year, but we never got the money. Also activities still there. We also have in the COCO market access roads. And one of the other big programs we have there, of course, is the research and development. One of those most integrated section which we annually bid for but never receive funding, so it's still there. As you can see, these programs have funding ceilings allocated under NPD before. These figures are there. Normally we bid right up to the ceiling on these programs. And in the foresight of planning, they normally cut down this budget. So like last year with freight, in 2024, we were supposed to get 5 million, we got nothing. With the necessary program, we were supposed to get 10 million, 20 million, we got 2 million only last year. So as you can see, this is the type of investments we are looking at as key priorities in the sector. Okay, from these priorities, we have key indicators that we have to deliver. By 2027, we are supposed to produce about 63,000 tons. If you look at the baseline in 2021, it was about 37,000. We are saying that in 27, we should be at 63,000 tons. That's production in the country. Some of this production is locally consumed, locally processed, like Punana, and some local SMEs are into cocoa powder and chocolates and all sorts of stuff. So about 1,000 tons is produced locally. So the balance of that is all exported. If you look at the total export values, in 2023, we exceeded that ceiling here. We got 480 million. In 24, of course, 1.2. Hopefully, if the prices are good and farmers are responding to the signals, we should continue to see more production and more income. Okay, there's other things there. So this basically given to us in the plan. So internally within Cocoa Board, these are our targets. We are trying to work towards achieving all of this. From those indicators, we have some key performance areas, key results areas. Number of plantations should be rehabilitated is 85 against a budget of about 5 million is allocated annually. We should be looking at about 85 plantations by end of 27. So far, we have only been working on about 3 plantations since we got funding in 2023. Number of provinces growing cocoa target for before is 18 provinces. Currently, we have operations, some big, some small, but we are doing 21 out of 22 provinces across the country already. There's huge interest for seedlings across the country. So that's where we are. Number of seedlings to be distributed. This is supposed to be an industry figure. 80 million by 2027. I remember from the World Bank PPG project, we did about 4,375,000 seedlings. The current EU project would deliver about 4 million seedlings by this year. Our nursery care business ran about 4 million seedlings up to end of last year. We have other private sector people who are also doing nurseries. We have Ramon Nicole doing about 100,000 seedlings starting this year to distribute to the farmers. We also have some district and provincial MOUs, which we are working on through the MOU. So I think in terms of seedlings distributed, we can do more than 30 million. Also, we have number of solar combination breasts being sold, number of downstream processing facilities to be established. Actually, it's quite a big number. If you are doing 40,000 tons export, 42,000, 40,000 on average. To set up 18 downstream processing is going to be a tough one to achieve. But what we can do is we can go into the MSME. We can get small cooperatives, local medium SMEs to go into this stage, and we can graduate them out of this activity to run small processing facilities like a business unit. We have a number of MSME supported, and that can be aligned to number 6 up there. Number of cooperatives supported. The modernity is one-on-one extension is very expensive. The approach since I was in coffee and I went to Coco is to work with organized farmer group because we achieve cost efficiency by working in groups. So I think we in Coco we have more than 130 groups organized around the place. We just need to support them and get them to grow more cocoa and get them out into the market. One of the key areas there is kilometers of road, cocoa access roads that we have to do. I think last year we did about 9.5 kilometers of roads. But 130 is a big, 360 is quite a big target. We'll see how we go. Another program is the cocoa research and development programs for centers we established for upgraded. We are looking in cocoa, looking at trying, currently there's huge demand for seeds across the country. Our current cocoa varieties, the clones and the SD1s have never been tried in other cocoa growing environments across the country. So we need to do specific genotype DBH rights to make sure that specific varieties, especially specific environment, should be the one that we should recommend to farmers to grow. That's something we have not done since CPP came. We have not done anything on that one yet. So all the clones and all the materials growing in Chibu and in Moka were tested for lowlands conditions, not for the islands, but some of them growing up there, so we are just running with that. For the pay rates, these are the main strategies we are using right now to try and achieve some of the pay rates up there. One of the things we are doing, number one, is try and decentralize the seed gardens out of Kerevat. Currently, all the seed materials are in Kerevat, and we have to distribute the seeds out of Kerevat throughout Papua New Guinea. So we are hoping that we should have these seed gardens established in each of the regional areas supervised by our cocoa breeders. So we can have these materials readily available as and when farmers need them in those locations. It's one of the key things we are embarking on. And this will be funded through our district and provincial cocoa nursery program for this year. Because it's been in the plan for a while now and nothing has been done so I have made undertaking to make this happen this year. Number two, I won't talk much about that. On number three, we are looking into the space of investing in downstream processing. We think that we should process most of our stuff on shore, so that we add value to this value-added products before they leave our shore. And we are talking to some interested people. So whoever is interested in investing in downstream processing should come and talk to me or my team and see how we can partner in that space. We have a continuous quality improvement program. Currently, with the high market prices, there's a lot of farmers who are doing shortcuts. And they're doing wet beans and they're not fermenting them properly. We have certified quality assessors across all the provinces. We try to assess cocoa processing facilities. We try to issue licenses for good fermenters annually. It's quite an exercise. We don't get to do 100% of it, but we always try to mechanize them and get all the fermenters registered every year. So that's one of the key activities on our calendar. But if we don't certify, if we don't approve the fermenters, we don't get any cocoa into the market. So that's an important program for us. Like I alluded to earlier, again, we have issues with capacity in cocoa, in our research program, in our extension program. I will come down to that in the other slide. If you look at number 7, I'll come to that later as well. We are doing a lot of Bengal use. We are talking to private sector. We are talking to some donors who are partnering with us, who are assisting us. We are also talking to provincial governments and the districts to help us, because some of the funding for agriculture and for is directly going to the districts and to the provinces. How do we utilize those avenues to get funding? So we are very active in that space. I'll come down to the figures later. So, these are some of the things which we are trying to do to make sure that we deliver on our key targets in NPD4, which is basically doing 63,000 tons by 2027. Cumulatively, all these activities should, in one way or another, head towards achieving some of our key outputs in NPD4 for the sector. In 2025, what are we doing? Last year, we put in a number of PRP submissions. Some got approved, some got charged out. This year, we got 3 PRPs approved. One of them is the provincial cocoa nursery project for 10 million. NTDP target for cocoa nursery is 13 million. We bid for 20 million last year and they gave us 10 million appropriated. We don't know how much we will get. We also have the cocoa nursery cocoa development program, which is allocated another 10 million. In there, there's a couple of activities stuck under this program. We have the National Cocoa MIS. We have a component in there for plantation rehabilitation. We have a component under that program for doing recovery studies. Because if you look at the current hybrids and clones that we have a very funny yield profile. They go up there and then they all of a sudden drop. They don't establish a plateau before dropping off. So we are trying to reassess why these clones are performing like that. And see if we can improve in our breeding program. That's one. And the other area is why are we getting low bean recovery? Normally for 1 kilo of wet bean, we should get about 400 grams. But in some cases, we are doing 30%, 35% job. The yields from our current cocoa varieties are not really performing well. So we can only establish what is wrong if we do research and find out the performance of these varieties. And it's one, you know, if you want to do research on these clones, you need 10, 15 years of investment to get those kind of research. It's not the one of PIT that we do it this year and come up with answers next year. So that's where we are on this cocoa development program. And then we have 10 million for establishing or improving our research facilities, and also part of it will go towards cocoa identify cocoa around the country. So these are some of the programs which have been around, like the cocoa nursery project has been there for a long time. There's some discussion that we should go away with this program, but I think it's really important that we continue to maintain this program, because cocoa will not fall down from the air. It will come from a tree, and a tree will come from a nursery program. And there's huge demand in the islands for seedlings. There's huge demand in the southern region for seedlings. Currently in Tamil, we have a back order of more than 1 million orders for seeds waiting. Now, in the system of cacao is in the flower yet, so we are waiting for the flowering to come on, so our people can start pollinating to get the seeds, produce the seeds and distribute them. So that's so that's where we are. I'll just briefly run through this. You know, what we are also doing is we are not just sitting there waiting for PITs or funding for national government. We are talking to private sector. We are talking to some donors. We are talking to NGOs, talking to the private sector. So people who are interested in the cocoa space, we have signed up MOUs with them. So currently, from last year to this year, in the end of 2 weeks ago was one of the latest MOU we signed with Kumul Agriculture. 2 weeks ago in Mosby. There's another one with Ramon Nicol, which we're gonna sign next week Monday. And Ramon Nicol is gonna supply 100,000 seedlings along the Ramon Nicol mine pipeline corridor for farmers around this area. So these are some of the avenues that we are using to attract investment to support our farmers. So there are 4 districts currently, 7 provinces, 3 donor, which is I can't remember all of them. We have 1 NGO and 4 private sector. So total of 19. We have another 32 work in progress, which we are trying to finalize, and we would like to sign them off by the end of May or early June. So in that way, they will help us, and these are mainly for MOUs to do with seedling production, nursery development, and distribution of seedlings to our farmers. So a lot of activities happening, and more interest is coming. We have some delegations here. I think they also interested in doing MOU with cocoa. They know who they are. So that makes up the total 82 outstanding MOUs. So I think the end of June, we should sign up and then leave it because we don't have capacity. We don't have enough people to run all these programs. So in provinces, in completely new provinces, we have to recruit people. Like we will sign a MOU with Gal province by end of this year. We don't have office in Gal. So we have to find somebody and put them in Gal province to look after the program in Gal. So those are the kind of situations we are facing in places where we don't have a presence. Okay, because as this workshop, we are talking about partnering with the private sector. There's a lot of things for private sector to come in and participate with us. We have a number of research programs. And there's been no activity there, so I'm challenging them to look for projects, write proposals and seek funding for donor. So we are working on that one. Other partnerships we have created is through our freight program. We talk to transport companies. We have spoken to third-level airlines. We also talk to shipping companies. So we sign MOUs with them. They go to places like Kentucky, they go to places like Washington, they go to places like Garina. Unfortunately, we lost the aircraft from North Aviation. So our farmers in Garina currently stranded because they can move their cocoa out. So these are some of the partnerships that we utilize. We used to get our cocoa out to the market. The other one which I've spoken about the MOU is the partnership with the nursery programs. I'm not sure about the plantation space, but it's in MTD before. Of course, there's cost implications, there's no other implications, but we can look at ideal isolated business cases where we can help to rehabilitate some plantation. We won't do everything for you, but we can start you off somewhere and you can run with it, like the model there in the CIC with some of the partnerships with the coffee plantations. So I'm looking at stealing some ideas from coffee. Market access.
You were not here yesterday.
I was. Market access, in places like Washington, in places like Pomio, we would like to put warehouses there. We would like the districts to come in so that they can build jetties, and we can partner with them, and we can put money on the freight to go out of this remote location. So there's plenty of ideas for now. We can partner with the private sector. There was some discussion earlier with the oil farm, the EUDR. We need to bring somebody in to guide us through the process to develop compliance requirements and guidelines for all the 3 crops that are going into the EU market, because the EU is more attractive. They pay a good price than the Asian market. So we need to have some partnerships in those areas, with especially downstream processing, compliance monitoring, and like I said again, we need to produce our cocoa beans locally. So if there's interest from the private sector, I would be happy to learn from them. Pros and cons of whether we should have a conversation on doing downstream processing locally. There's some advanced negotiations that anybody who is interested in this space is really it's free to come and discuss this with us. Next, please. All right. After we told you, what we are doing and how we would like to do it. So some of the networks partnership we are trying to do. Now, I'll just quickly go through whole life 5 minutes. How we are structured. We are using the old cocoa board structure. We are, done end of the structure. There was a minor structure done, but we have the office of the CEO, we have the CEO secretariat, and then we have two divisions, which is a research and extension, and we have corporate. So basically, our research and extension division looks after research and extension. Our corporate services looks after economic HR, admin, finance, and field services, which is the key people that approve signals of the country, quality control and compliance. People who issue the licenses for transport license, people who do the quality assurance and approve the signals out of the country. They are under this section of field services. Like I said, I think I've given you a snapshot of how we are like internally. Like I alluded earlier, we didn't have a corporate plan. We are working on that one. So as soon as we finalize that, we would like to do many restructure internally, and we want to realize all of our functions according to the new plan. Currently, we have 185 staff. That's our staff ceiling. A lot of our staff are actually outside this city. This is a ceiling given to us by BTO. So monthly, we do about 120,000 of wages internally. And this is not coming from our so this is, we have to find money internally to look at all our research technicians, our data collectors, our experimentalists, key people that collect data for us, our people in research. So we only have 16 full-time staff in research, and extension staff, we have about 35 spread across the country in 14 provinces, 11 provinces, and that 35, they are not all on ALESCO. Some of them are paid, looked after under our necessary programs. In some of the provinces like Chimbu, they are under PIP, not under main ALESCO, the main structure. Our program in Alata, our program in Central Province are not covered under this structure. They are staff we maintain to service our farmers, but they are outside of the structure. Now, this is something we would like to address as part of our new corporate plan and structure that we are looking forward to. So in terms of operations with extension, we are based in 11 provinces across the country. We have 5 new locations we would like to open up this year and next year. One of them is Jiwaka, one is Gal. We have our office being set up in Melimbe, which we would like to open by before end of June. So there's a number of new provinces that we are going into. So previously we didn't have an Highlands Regional Office. Last year we set up Highlands Regional Office in Punjab. And also we set up a Southern Regional Office in Port Moresby, which covers the Southern region. So that's how spread, that's our coverage in terms of our extension operations. And in terms of exports, unlike coffee, they export coffee out of one port, that's Leh. We allow exports for our cocoa exporters out of 11 major ports across the country. Leh, Medan, East Britain, West Britain, Buka, we have Arawa, Buka, small Buka, Arawa. So that's how big our operation is. So that makes sure that we don't threaten our exporters to keep all their cocoa into one central location. And we also have 5 minor ports that we are exporting out of, smaller ports like Kangu in North Boganda, and a couple of other smaller ports. So basically, issues I think other mass colleagues also Alupi, there's a serious lack of resources, staff, facilities. We have lack of planting materials like I alluded to earlier. We have issues with research capacity and continuous funding to our research programs. For lab equipment, tools, and in research, there are some specific specialized chemicals, tools that we use for gardening, for pollination, for washing machines, for all sort of things. So we need support there. Thanks. There's some other general, issues we have there. We have this equipment here, but sometimes we don't get funding. We get it in little bits, we don't get full allocation, so all of us are in the, so, with extension program, the cost of doing business across the country is very expensive. If you give it 2 million to do necessary, I cannot spread it over 14 or 21 programs. It's not possible. I need more support there. We also have other issues now. You can not see that here. Okay, way forward. Yes. Plenty of ways, how we can improve and contribute to the government's goals. So I've listed all of them there. I think there's a serious push to go into downstream processing, which we would like to support. We also need to distinguish and brand changeable. We put very good quality over. We need to do some branding on our product. To go into specialty markets and those sort of areas. So we are keen on that one. There's some ideas about carbon sequestration. We had some research ideas from Dr. Nawagonab. We are keen on pursuing that one, but we have no funding there. So a number of things ideas we have. We would like to adopt issue and try and achieve some of this big goals. Again, more opportunities, more ideas about how we can, support the industry. These are all emerging issues that we need to address. In time and space, we hope that we will to go through each of these ideas there, so we can pursue some of them. Get them up and running. So one of them is the SIT, sterile insect technology. It is a technology from the International Agency for Atomic Energy. We are trying to use that to sterile the male CPD population. We are working on upgrading our entomology lab there, so we can do some breeding on some of these things here and try and release them into the field and see we can control CPD in countries. So there's a lot of good ideas we can work on, but we'll see how we can go. All right, thank you all.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it's the time of the day when we have lunch, and it's quite difficult to stay awake. So, but please, without with us, I'm going to ask this gentleman some questions. One, this one question, if you want to communicate something, then, and then we, sorry, I'm going to come to the floor later. So put your hands down if you're putting your hands up. Otherwise, I'll ask you to hold it up. Let's do, Mr. Mark from the private sector, maybe the NGIP Mark, who are a very huge, big cocoa exporter in the country. Some of us, when we started with the industry, they were the name to watch out for. They already in the cocoa industry, very big. And I'm really glad that Graham is here. We used to work together on some cocoa research programs. The industry was very supportive. Promotion was also part of what we used to do at Target. Graham, the question I want to ask is that from what Mr. Anjan presented this afternoon, who have been in the private space, many years, experiences that you're going to have, would be very useful in this side of what we should do after. What areas is clear in the industry, in the corporation, where you would like to see maybe an enhancement of the partnership, or where the private sector can work together with the cocoa board to progress some of the things that Jesse has been telling us this afternoon. Where do you see a productive partnership? Leading the development of the cocoa industry in PNG.
To Jared, for the opportunity. I think the one that's a really immediate and urgent is to come up with a plan, strategy, a policy to address the issue of compliance with the European Union deforestation regulation. That is the highest priority. It needs to be addressed this year. Now, so that the global remains unacceptable. Without it, it becomes almost unmarketable as far as I can see. People say only a small portion goes to Europe. Unfortunately, the nature of the regulation is such that the requirements track through. Let's say I make chocolate biscuits in China and distributed to the world, distributed in the Middle East. That eventually ends up in Europe. The traceability, the accountability, compliance requirements follows the value chain back to where the cocoa was cultivated in complex, expectedly in compliance. So it's a real challenge. And it's not only for cocoa, coffee is affected. Oil palms affected. It's a big challenge. That's an immediate requirement. And next one, I want to start looking at the improvement in the plant materials, decentralized plant materials production and distribution system. To build on that, improve the structure, the regulated structure for our people, the right materials out from the reading station at CCI through the structured distribution network. Licensed, inspected, regulated. It's like one of the biggest risks at the moment because of the desperate need by farmers to plant cocoa. That will reveal itself in maybe 3 years' time with poor quality cocoa coming to the market, particularly small beans from south to west.
Thank you, Graham. It's what Graham said this afternoon reminds me of the late John Nightingale, who used to be the face of EGMA, NGIP, EGMA, until he passed on. Traceability. Every meeting that we had, Nightingale will always talk about traceability. If your Coco can go anywhere in the world, and it will still come to be a farm. They will tell you the quality of that farm. And so he is highlighting the fact that there is some regulations within the EU that requires compliance from us in the country for cocoa, oil palm, and yeah. And I think the industry is already aware of that. It is something which, you know, maybe this perspective from Graham, on where the sector feels that there is agency to address that issue. Number two is the importance of improving the planting material. I had the privilege of following John's footsteps, John of Moxon. He used to be the boss when the work research on this planting material started, and then I went and followed in his footsteps. He became also head of the division. And I was fortunate enough after what he started and came on, and we released about 18 clones to the industry in 2010. 8 earlier, and then another 10 when I was there. And a lot of investment had gone into that material, and from what I'm hearing today, there needs to be improvements to that material, and research is so critical to that process. And so, from what Graham is saying, if there is a structured distribution network, the challenge that the Cocoa Board has to facilitate the process to get the seeds out to our farmers is critical, according to Graham. From what the CEO presented this afternoon, they've already distributed about 13 million seeds or seedlings. That translates to about 20,000 plus hectares. If you have planted a 625 trees per acre. Could be more, give or take. But that's the kind of contribution that the industry is making, and I can understand the perspective from the private sector where we need to continue to roll out, improve material out to the industry. But it needs to be done in a structured way that gets the material to where the farms are. I remember just in order for us for instance, some month ago, and we are still waiting, so I can understand the challenge that the industry has to roll out those seeds or seedlings. Dr. Moxon, you have the helping through PPIP and then now assisting with PACD. I'm sure the experience has provided some lessons that from the PPIP experience and the PACD. Is there anything that from your experience you would see how it can be done differently between the PACD and PPIP and PACD going forward?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to PACD, but it's following the same structure and principles as PPAP. PPAP, I think it's nice for being very successful. In East New Britain, in 2006, the Cocoa Pod Board Best came in, and the yields plummeted down to 4,000 tons per annum. And PPAP kicked in around 2011, started distributing seedlings by 2012, and by 2020, the production in East New Britain had gone back up to 12,000 tons. So they were mainly PPAP farmers that produced that volume. So it worked. Not only that, the direct beneficiaries, the farmers that were in the PPAP, but there was also the copycat farmers around, just like they were with the plantation. So people that were involved in the plantations or or near plantations, they looked at what was happening there, the best practice management, and they copied it, they succeeded. And that's what happened in PPAP. We had an external impact analysis done from overseas through the World Bank. And we found that there were a lot of what we call copycat farmers around our PPAP farmers that were doing exactly the same. So that model certainly is worked very, very well for the cocoa industry. And the production figures show that. How we would do things differently, that's a brain teaser. 40% of the budget in PPAP and in PACB it was on roads, on feeder road rehabilitations. So I think in PPAP we did about, in the cocoa component alone, we did about 18 roads across 2, 3, 4, 5 provinces. And those roads were remarkable. We had good engineers, social and various guys on the team that ensured that we had really good access. And those roads were chosen by the provinces, the partnerships. They fed the high production areas. So the roads was very successful. They were done to a very high standard. So I don't know whether more roads can be done to less high standard. It certainly was very successful. When we started PPAP, the clones that were being developed and the hybrid seeds just weren't available throughout the country. Or everywhere we went, apart from Eastern Britain, we had to start by establishing seed gardens, not seed gardens, sorry, bundle gardens, to provide material for the clones to be produced. That took 2 or 3 years. So I guess one lesson learned there is for future development programs that the target areas are clearly identified beforehand, and preparations are in place well in advance of the project starting. In other words, having the essential bundle gardens established, and that needs to be done, sort of 1 to 2 years before the project starts. I think I agree with what you're saying, the decentralization of the seed gardens, the availability, and also the testing of cocoa materials, particularly in the mid-altitude areas. I think that's essential, an immediate requirement. Just a few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moxon. That's the representative of the Morobe Cocoa Association. His question, and then I'll open up the discussion to the floor. I'll ask the question. What type of, I saw the CEO putting up a list of partnerships that the industry wants to engage in. I think one of the provinces must be included in there. What type of partnership you'd like to see as a grower association with the cocoa board in developing your cocoa farms and your members association?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's getting late in the afternoon. I need you guys to put just a bit relaxed so we can get this done. My name is Ruben Yapi. I represent the biggest partnership in terms of commodity in Morobe Province. I represent, I'm the chairman of Morobe Province Producers Cooperative Association, and we represent the 9th district in commodities like coffee, cocoa, vanilla, or the commodities. It's an association, corporate association that I monitor. I'm not in there to make money, but I'm there to help farmers get to see the market. But I think some of the partnership that we, before, there's a couple that I can mention. But firstly, Morobe has been very lucky in 2009 when ECMAC decided to come into Morobe. And from that time on, that's a market that has been provided in Morobe. Cocoa has died up in Morobe. It started in 1963 and it died away until ECMAC came in. And I want to appreciate the ECMAC guys for entering the market in Morobe. Now you can see on the cocoa target, Morobe is the third producing province in the cocoa arena. I think in the selection we are third, and we will fight with Morgan to get the top spot, because I believe we have the land, we have the farmers, and with all the challenges the CEO has mentioned, I'm very sorry to say that if apologize to CEO, I was very radical in social media and a lot of issues regarding cocoa, because I represented cocoa and cooperatives. But now that I've heard what the CEO has stressed, it's very sad to see that if we want to achieve the government target, we need to fund the commodity board accordingly. Because you're not going to look for farmers. We are there. The farmers are ready to move with the commodity board bodies. You got to play your part. In Morobe, we still have farmers putting cocoa on canoe, rubber, and floating down into where they can meet a banana boat or the truck. And that's how tough it is here in Morobe. We will fight to get there. But as the CEO has mentioned, the challenges that Cocoa Board has faced, and now that I'm aware, this is the first time I met the CEO. Maybe he met me through social media, through some of the challenges that I put, because the only time that I go to rest is on Sunday when I go to church. But every day up to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm talking to farmers. And that's some of the things that people like us were really dedicated to see the farmers improve. And I want to share with you that with the opportunity I got right here to transform or to transit from subsistence farming to commercialization, you need to have the right business model. The right business model to make that work before you look at commercialization. And the right business model is right with us. The cooperative society, which has been ignored by this current inroads that we're trying to make. That's the business model that will help increase production in terms of commodity. And we have so much potential. One of the biggest partners that assisted my cooperatives in Morobe was Wafi Gold Food. And they have signed a very good partnership with Cocoa Board and cooperatives. And that's how you can see the increase in cooperatives. And we believe that that is the way forward if you want to get farmers involved. If you want to avoid land issue, work with cooperatives. They are the ones who own land. They sleep and eat on the land. So these are the majority of the people that we need to tame them before we go into commercialization, before you deal with industries to commercialize our crops. So I believe in cooperative society. My challenge, and I want to contribute, that if we can get the government to make cooperative society have a department on its own, we can see some changes in what we are trying to do. Thank you. If I have answered your question, or there's something you will need to
Contributed to the dialogue, the contribution. So, farmers coming together in a cooperative setting as our friend here is saying, it's a collective effort. Because individually, they need the encouragement of their colleagues within that same space. And so if we can mobilize farmers like that to come together as a collective to contribute to increasing production from the various farms, then I think we are also already do that. And for some of us that look at numbers, more is, as you rightly said, they're already up to the third. Largest producer in the country, and they got the land mass, they got the enthusiasm of farmers that are working. So they are targeting or aiming to take over the leadership of cocoa production in this country, then I won't be surprised if it happens in few years' time. I'm going to open up the panel. Please sit there in case some of the questions might come to you, so I'll be flooding. Any questions? Please don't make statements. Okay, I see several hands going up. Where are the mics? You don't think yes, Francis. If we could start without them ready. Okay, I see the hands. Okay, we'll just take maybe 5, 6, and then we'll. And I see you.
Everyone, good afternoon. My name is Jimmy Bole from CRC Island, TYCRC. Okay. As we all talk about agriculture, particular cocoa, how can we solve the problem of even trip to towns and cities looking for jobs and employment? Beyond 50 years and onwards, is it an issue concerning our country, PNG? Thank you.
Andrew. Okay, Ambassador will provide us some response.
It's a very concerning question. But the answer is simple. It's just that laziness has dominated the young people, and all people. All they wanted is free money. Or going for greener pasture. They think that the city or heaven centers can provide that. Simple as that. But how do we come up with initiatives to change that? It might take some time, maybe by the year 4000, I don't know.
Thank you, sir. Okay. We'll try to accommodate everyone. Our sister here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to Plamangi Toline and to Plamangi Morobe. I think I've crossed paths with these two people. The PPAP program in Eastern Britain. Cross-cutting issues. I was the one that facilitated all around EGMAC, Outspend, Eleven. So Dr. Moxon, you should know me very well. Okay, my question. Me directing you. I'm from the Markham area. Cocoa developed our livelihood. And Toa. Now we have roofing irons. Before you drive up the highway, you see every one of us living in kunai houses. Now we've got roofing iron because of cocoa. My village is right next to the road. I'm a cocoa grower. I used to be a vanilla exporter and we lost it. So I cut all the vanilla vines down and I planted cocoa. And now my people are harvesting. My question to you. Mika plant the family anta globlesia. Plant is threat. Are we producing quality beans here? That is my concern. I'm selling my cocoa bean to EGMAC, Eleven, Outspend. Those beans that I'm selling, are they quality beans? Because we have so many little fermentaries. Do you do audit it? We wanna produce the best. You see, I was a vanilla exporter. I lost it. I exported to 5 countries and I lost it. Because of not processing the best. I don't want that to happen to cocoa. And that's all. Thank you.
This passionate that you walk around.
It's a very challenging question. I consider the quality. It's coming out from the ground. Money is another thing. Take note of that. You know, when the cocoa price is high, up in the sky, it is affecting anything and everything. Again, it comes back to what our brother from Edmund just mentioned, the traceability process. I look after the regulation, making sure that, you know, the cocoa quality that is coming on board of the market is maintained consistently. And we have proven records. In the last cocoa investment show, it is part of our program to make sure that we provide that access of our market and for our people. So to allow that to continue, we make sure that we have a traceability process in place. And we have a registered system through cocoa across the country. But when the pressure for, you know, money, people tend to do everything they want. Now, if you go back to Makam, I just completed went down the inspection, and it is across the country funded by PAC, the World Bank. We just completed inspection on all the furnaces that we have. Very simply, and I'm back here on Sunday in Makam district. But just to give you a rough figure, in Morobe province, we produce up to 7,000 tons of cocoa. Just next to Yanguru South. Yanguru South is producing almost around 8,000 tons before the CVP. The Makam district is coming on around 7,000 tons. Close of business in Morobe province 2024, September, cocoa calendar year, we needed up 166 million tons from Morobe province. Out of 166 million, almost 37% to 38% was cut and paid to the cocoa farmers of Makam district, providing almost 7,000 tons, 61 million kina. Out of 166 million kina. Now, you think that that's miracle? It is happening in Makam district. So I really want to ask you, you could help me control the quality. The choice is between you, farmer, and the board to support the regulation that is in place, making sure that the quality is achieved at the exporters gain. And I make sure every exporter get the best cocoa they want. It depends on the exporter to play strategy to get any cocoa in any volume. But I can assure you, every exporter sitting here in Morobe province, you are getting around 200 bags of cocoa into your shed every month. On daily records, you might be receiving 80 bags into your stock. So if there is rejection from the cocoa beans coming from Makam by any one exporter, then they tell me that the beans are of good quality. But if we are checking the quality, because we have a traceability process in place that justify the process of cocoa according to the number of furnaces that is coming down. But we're making sure that each and every furnace that is providing the supply to the market meets the condition and the requirement of the board. So I believe cocoa coming from Makam, yeah, we might have, you know, little and beaches, but we need to support each other. So it's a two-way effort from new farmers and from us. You cannot point fingers only to us to make sure that the quality is sustained. Yeah, another point that we can look at is the planting material that is coming out from the research and then implementing on planting, expanding the production for cocoa and planting, especially here. So I think I will talk about that. For seedlings, we are looking and we are working towards establishing a seed garden that can provide that alternative
by getting seed from Tabilo. And we are looking at establishing that in partnership. Now, I was trying to limit a bit final support to get this in place and get that going to support a quality finish coming to the market. Thank you.
Thank you, that was great.
Thank you. I will just add on to what Adam now President said, we are aware. We are aware across the board, across government. And when Officer Bona and go big scale, housing scale, 41 man account, when he leaves, people are putting the scale and they are buying red beans. The red bean business is for big. Because some problem we had created when we implemented the PAP program, we distributed heaps of seedlings across the country. And we never provided seedling for ferment trees for them. We expect a farmer to pay a ferment tree. One small unit goes for about 12,000 units. And it's a lot for our farmers to get. So we are aware. Even right now, my farmers in the islands are getting open pollinated seeds or cacao mauro, where they are getting it and planting it as seedling. That is not right. In cocoa, it's not like coffee. You don't have 200 seed conalo ground or planting. No, open pollinated. We don't allow that. Seeds for cocoa has to come through a certified process. Only cocoa board will allow you to do it. And people are not following that. So we are aware of illegal red bean buying. And we are aware of people doing illegal seedlings across the country, so we will tighten up the process. We have a circular currently being developed. We will issue this, publish them in the newspapers. And once you work in illegal nursery, or you try to perform nothing without from a certified source, that's one. Second thing with the fermentary is or red bean people who are getting scales and buying illegal red beans, we will come to you. Because it's illegal and we have to protect the market. We cannot allow that to happen. It's a serious quality issue for cocoa going out of this country.
Thank you, Mr. Anton. You know, I was reminded that coffee will be ready at 3 o'clock, and I think it's already past 3. But I see the interest that is here. So I'll allow another 15 minutes for questions and then we go for coffee break.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ruti and I'm with Grow PNG. We are based in Makang. We're working in partnership with the Makang district. I'm interested in the topic on downstream processing for cocoa. And my question goes to the presenter for the cocoa board, and I welcome the inputs from the private sector as well. So we are interested in the cocoa board is emphasizing under the KRA, as I see from the presentation, and also the way forward in terms of downstream processing. So my question here is, in what role will the board or the cocoa board sector play in terms of downstream processing? I just want to understand the role as a government agent, as cocoa board best the private sector. So which role will the board comes in terms of playing the downstream processing? Do we have policies or guidelines in terms of creating an enabling environment for the private sector to go into downstream processing? Or are we talking about doing the downstream processing ourselves as cocoa board? I just want to understand that as coming from a development partner. Another question leading to that is, have we established some dialogue as a board with the private sector in terms of downstream processing? Because we have players, the industrial players that has been in the sector for ages. And the question is, why is it that they haven't gone into downstream processing all this time? And we are only exporting, we've been exporting for ages. Why is it that if it's an opportunity to go into downstream processing, why is it that we should have started this process 10 years ago if downstream processing is an opportunity for economic development and growth for our farmers as well as our economic sector. So, yeah, I'm just opening that on the floor for your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. I respond to that. The choice of investing in downstream processing is a business decision. If you see a business case in investing in downstream processing, I'm here to regulate. I can allow you to do it. The challenge is for the private sector to see there's a business case to invest in downstream processing. And we are ready to support that because that's part of our care rate to make sure that we are into that space of downstream processing. Currently, we don't have any regulation around downstream processing. But that should not be a problem because we will support and assist you to come up with the requirements for food safety, get you through this standard processes. And we can come up with some internationally accredited food safety standards, and we can allow you to do it so that you can supply markets that you know. We can come in the space of, we can talk to government and come up with some tax credit schemes. Allow you to invest in those spaces, and we are open to those kind of discussions. So we are not saying no. We will support it.
Thank you, Mr. Anjan. I got a question on the other side from Dr. Simbeke.
Thank you.
Hold on to the mic, it might be directed at you.
Yes, Jesse, you mentioned that there is a complete decline in research in the cocoa board after the demise of CCRI. Just want to ask, how much of your cocoa levy you are collecting going into research right now? Is it something in law? Because that also goes to other commodity boards who are collecting research levies. Are you really supporting what is legislated to support research? But we've seen the growth in the oil palm sector in supported by OPA. And they are the pinnacle of private public partnership research support. The oil palm company is supporting OPRA through a 6-hour levy. And they produce some of the best oil palm seed in the world. And that boils down to what oil palm is good at. Research. Where have we gone wrong? Can you tell me how much of that research levy that we have put into research after collecting from the export?
Thank you, Dr. Simbeke. The straight answer is we are using some portion of it, but I cannot give you the percentages. I don't know what happened 5-10 years ago. But I can tell you what happened in 23 and 24. As I joined in that time. We are using some of the research, some of the levies to support very small amounts of research, not everything. Because what's happening now is, if I pump all the money into research from levy, I'm going to close down all the cocoa board offices across the country. That's a sad reality. The research levy from the levy collection is now being used to support industrial operations. So that's a dilemma we are faced with. So in the next 4 or 5 years, I don't have an answer, straight answer for that.
Thank you, Mr. Anjan, for that frank and honest revelation about certainly in some of our industries with a lot of focus support from the government. I'm going to go back on the what I saw one of your meetings there. I want to ask. Yes.
I've been chasing cows around paddocks in Papua New Guinea for 49 years. All right, and my current prices, my gross income per hectare is 876 kina per hectare per year. So I'm just looking at the numbers here and I'm thinking, well, I've just been wasting my time for 49 years. I should have been growing cocoa. The other question is why are we pushing for 1 million hectares of oil palm and not 1 million hectares of smallholder cocoa growers? My question goes to the secretary.
I will answer you shortly, yeah? See,
I was asked a couple of weeks ago to supply water for a cocoa nursery right next to my house. I've got a water supply there and hang on, I can't do this. I've only just got enough water for my garden and vegetables in the cattle. And I was talking to my son who's setting up a cocoa project up at Pusino. And I said, can you get me a couple hundred seeds and we'll plant them in our forestry farm? Can I grow cocoa on the limestone terraces in Seattle? That's all.
Short answer is yes.
Yes. You walk past some cows, I'm gonna send it quite there.
Oh, a young lady approached them and said, ask a question. No? Oh. We've got 3 minutes before I allow coffee break. 3 minutes.
Sorry, baru untuk sini mereka ni kam lagi awesome pokok bawah. Nah, ni like asking person. Ni kam lo ha persen lo awati. Lo ha ni plus agak heavy lo transport. Nah, nanti lain bosen lo ha also planning kakao and one plan. Before and why and one plan. Source of money lo ha. But now why baka now kita mau ketuhan lo kakao. One plus something inside lo awati. Road and problem. Ito kakao kuha ni basa sini kakao kuti ni moto kanu ni pandang member compare simo and like helping the cycle okay bro so también losing sit dongen rote and buscar más pendiente ni claro que kanu so still hermano because of sabes en cambio money emotion kakao also still kanu the plant time just time doren warang plus ako heavy the since all producing cacao plant is na kita can something help you no now yet one time water seniors so no local farmers since also sorry I'm asking
yeah, Anilo, PhD. We're gonna ask him as well, PhD.
Maybe I'm not qualified to answer that question. I'll find somebody who can. See you.
Thank you, my farmer. I think several I'm aware of it. Road Minosave. I will not answer the question. We have some funding for road, but I'm not gonna make promises here. We will try and come and see the road. There's no promise. That's one. The second thing is, we have infrastructure. We have a program under President because unfortunately, the program and last year we were not funding, so we don't answer the question because I'm aware of all those people up the river. Because I think last year it's even and go on the summer. Time you got in the money right now, okay, you got to be of 7 I'm
Just a little bit what he said, I reviewed the cocoa board trade subsidy scheme. And you know, the province that has benefited significantly from that program is Norway. The relative funding that has come from Norway province is much higher than both the other provinces. That's the comparison. So I guess the industry is doing its best to support all farmers doing below here. I'm going to get one last, because I see the private public partnership guy putting his hand up. You might offer some assistance.
Yeah, give him, go ahead.
After this, we're going for coffee break.
Thank you. That's a critical question that she asked. We are aware that a lot of the cocoa is being floated down. The center is actually engaged in discussions with the common member for Kuondao, Ross Simon. We are aware that he actually constructed the road under his BDA at 41 mile. We are also aware that we want to go to joint venture as in the mining development plan, as plans to construct the Makam Bridge at 41 mile and then the Wagit Bridge. We have written to the governor. The governor agreed to meet, but in the change of plan, we want those two bridges to provide the connectivity to the PPP. So it's work in progress, but we need to get the decision makers to come on board. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to terminate the discussions, the questions. If you want something buried in your belly, then the CEO is around. And it's I'll give. I'll before I pass on to the secretary to have the last say, I just want to thank our team of our partners here for their. And then the secretary will. Let me say.
Thank you, moderator. Dr. Omuru. Now let's put our hands together again for the they have reported to us where they are. However, let me remind all of us again, as I did this morning and yesterday after the coffee GIC presentation. And similarly, the corporate board in the target of contribution in the next 5 to 10 years for the agriculture sector to contribute 30 billion to the economy by the year 2033. The cocoa board is put down to contribute 2.6 billion and coffee at 4.8 billion. 2024 saw good prices and therefore the earnings from forex from cocoa was 1.2 billion, as you see reported. However, in the other years, the average was has been around 400 million from cocoa. At our meeting with the Prime Minister and our 4 sector ministers on the 4th of March, the Prime Minister equally assigned the cocoa board to develop 300,000 new cocoa families. Each of the families to earn 10,000 a year. Indeed, the Prime Minister said in the next 5-year period, all of the agriculture commodity boards together must raise 1 million new farmers, each family earning 10,000 a year. And then that will give us 10 billion additional. We're looking forward to the year 2033. So, Mr. Stephen, when you asked me and challenged me, that we must grow millions, up to millions of cocoa trees, and so I agree with you, put your hands together. These are the reasons. In the same way as the oil palm industry must get up to 1 million hectares in the next 5 to 10 years. That'll be an increase of 4 times because they're already on 250,000 hectares. So this indicates the level of the multiplication, the increase of 3 to 4 times the number of trees of coffee or cocoa. Yes, there will be the number of trees or hectares expanded 4 times of the oil palm in the next 5 to 10 years. So you are doing work now, but you have to do more. You have to do 3 to 4 times more work. We have to do more than we're doing now. That is the message. So Cocoa Board, you're sitting at 2024, you're at a good year at 1.2 billion. But normally you're sitting at around 400 million. You need to plant so many more million numbers of trees of cocoa. Do you already know now how many million trees of cocoa you've got across the country? The coconut, Dr. Tell us how many million trees of coconut you have across this country? 17 million. 17 million. You have to plant for that, 4 times more. Similarly for the Cocoa Board, that many more, 4 times more or 3 times more to get to the targets that our government wants to see. And to give the prosperity to our farmers that we all desire to give. So good work, Cocoa Board, in the coffee industry yesterday. But we have to do more, 3, 4 times more than work from here on. I thank you. I thank you that you all committed. When those of us in the agriculture sector, the Department of Agriculture, the commodity boards, in 5 or 10 years' time, when things have worked, it will be because of the partnership we are developing with you, because we cannot do it on our own. That is why we meet this week. That is why we will meet in another meeting yet in May in Port Moresby when the key government department reps, Department of Works, if I did say in the morning, Department of Lands, the police commissioner, deputy commissioners, they have to come to sit in this meeting. So this and deal with all those issues that is impeding agricultural commercialization. I thank you, moderator.
Secretary has really said so far. I want to thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your attendance for the cocoa session. Thank you. Let me back by 15 minutes, we can do that. We go to the next session. Rice, something that is favorite on your friends. Rice and breads. Think of it.
Huh? Yes. He's gonna present, he put this there, not the other one. Yes, masses. Also, yesterday's PowerPoint and today's, when you're done, play it in there.
Yeah,
I'll let you-
everything in
I'll
day
let
two,
that-
I'll
yes.
transfer you.
I'll let, let's go with you.
Okay,
What will happen to?
okay.
Even though somebody, with you,
The
maybe today's morning, some,
recap, it's here.
next.
I'll buy you a cappuccino. I'll buy you another one. I'll buy you a cappuccino.
We can announce. I think we, my colleague. No, not yet. Okay. Without making an announcement. Meeting the call. I've been asking about so many people that they're going to make an announcement. But I think they wrote to my colleague, IFC colleague. In touch. Yeah, they will be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it should be okay. But if you see them, him or them in the room, I'd like to meet them.
Can you come into maybe they should the program tomorrow?
Yeah. Tomorrow, I'm sure they will come because there's a session. No, this is rice. Rice and grain.
Nice tomorrow.
What we made a clean l'idea dello shakes, I parenti l'idea dello shakes che il governo è nato. Beh, maybe sono qui, perché non visti in camera un po' There's you catch ground. Sorry, it's Dan. A lot of them are very small. A lot of them are very, very small. A lot of them are very small and they're starting to try to get very old. And they had an awful lot of smoke and stuff like that going on. With their drive, yeah, a lot of them are still using them. And they've been trying hard to convert them over to hot air. Sorry. A lot of one of the problems with a lot of this, once you get into the mechanic thing, can't sustain you've got to try to centralize. You've got to centralize that secondary processing stuff. But ability in bigger scale, ability to units and have people. It's a bit like the vanilla game. When you have people who are specialised, you don't worry about growing. They're specialised in processing and delivering quality. But the problem here is they will cooperate and create spend all the money capitalising that thing, and then within 2 weeks of it starting, there'll be an argument that goes on. Centralised will just be because it's easy to motivate people here to get together. It's really bloody hard to get and so much of business because they will not listen to the state again. They will not. That's right, but he still relies on them. That's right. Yeah, but beings and there's cash involved, and you know there'll be stuff you take in, so they paid me less and whatever. And even though the quality might be very different, you can't explain that in a situation. He produces really well, and you produce rubbish. So it's making it work. It's, in theory, it's easy. Actually making it work. Yeah, look at the second.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. The real problem in ag sector is if you total up the amount of public people resources, manpower in there, as to the ag sector, it is just over compared to anywhere else with industry sector. Simple, because they busted it up on a commodity basis, and you have to replicate all the functions for each commodity. That they haven't learned how to combine in functions and capacity and manpower. And that's a structure. But it's all but undoing is not a one step process. And be the politics. When you've got a country that is aimed for the second, if you have the notion of no ministers, how well the union is politics. And so it's sort of a divide and conquer sort of strategy on the both. Yeah, that you've got multiple ministers, you've got multiple CEOs, all of you one box. Yeah, they're on the list of things that have to be done. And Colin Masso, who's attached to the PM, he says he was at a meeting the other day, and PM starting to think about the structure Starting to look at revising the structure of the segment. Yeah, well, this is, you know, the financial expenditure review done in fact, it was actually done in 2005, reviewed in 2014, rejuvenated. And it basically recommends, it's one where the research organisations disappeared. But they were bringing, they were combining, they were trying to combine multi-courts together into one. But the research, CCR, research, that was the one that was destroyed. Yeah, look, that's an option, but I prefer just to try to merge funds. So I would take all the research out of the existing project, because at the end of the day, in the development situation, you also need commodity space, marketing, product development, extension or something like that. Yeah, you need something. So what I would do is I bring all the research. I take all the regular out of everything, just to regulate. Leave the commodity board with licensing, regulating, come in and release that. Extension maybe you need to create an overall universal extension agency, and when you've got small hydro producers, there's actually a strong argument to create a universal extension agency, because most of these producers are on their diversity, and they get sick and tired of Mr. Coffee having the day and Mr. Coco borrow the brand new car. They get all what I do is I change the approach to but I consolidate much of the function because that'll bring I've got no idea. I was just surprised to hear he let go in a meeting. That came out in the room. And I said, no, it's nothing to do with that at all. It's over the top of it. No matter what the structure is, it's someone to work with it. And Corin, in the discussion from the same room, he let go. Now the structure. You know, they're worried. They want to review their own exit, so they don't want anybody external coming into their place to review their acts. And if you're going to do it, then just read back to the block. Because they're too close. Too close, they hesitate to their own. It's not. I wanted to review the structures of it. It really is like, but it's a very tough one. Yeah, with the number that you really do, you know, you could do it efficiently. the board's legislation is all built on Commonwealth. And if you've got that sort of situation, you can go in and you can review the whole, there'll be a whole lot of common issues, and then you can just put up one single through the resides. But that type of approach to dealing with legislation here is unknown. Never been a
I see the point that if you don't use logic.
Yeah, the authority. These guys, I think, read, I think, no. And I think Robert, he touched on he mentioned policy, memory, and all the policy. I've been watching the same and not really human involvement in one dialogue I was stuck in, and when they were just about to stand up and say to them,
How you? You're gonna take this point your mouse to your network connected. I think say CMC.
and I think that
I need to go.
you know, political people being very.
At the right hand corner, you see the network sign, is square sign here.
I asked
Just try to point the mouse to it. Because it's a CMC, CMC, I need to get them. Now you go to the server. The server next to the printer. Okay, at the back of that, wait. You log in first into the server. Log in first to the server. No, the password. The one next to the printer. Yeah.
The original that
Okay, but you log in first.
really about
And maybe the
I do the password done in a way for the AL.
Normal setting. You get the USB mouse. Where is the keyboard connected to? Is it on the server next to the printer or the other server next to the rack? That white USB.
About that. Focus on that. Get the money.
The one, wait. Say the server next to the printer or the server away from the printer?
Yes.
Okay. That means it's connected to the white USB adapter.
The money it was mentioned.
Okay. Take the keyboard out and connect it to the one next to the next to the yes, next to the server again.
That's on a scale which is
Okay, you go to my table, there's a USB mouse there, get it out and connect it to the same system.
Be able to. A lot of the game is about getting the company money allocated out of.
USB mouse, it's connected to my PC.
Minute it's out of. And they, if they can cover their tracks. The lack of.
Now you log in, this is the password. You ready for the
And what he take money that he was not able.
No, front as well.
That and all that said, well, we get the money.
Browsing now, starting here.
They see them.
Already. Not working now. Okay, but is the keyboard working?
You can track money easily on a of course, you have to.
Huh?
You've got to get two things. You've got to have the.
Is the keyboard working?
You've got to have people use.
First on the num block, see if the light comes on and off.
For example, I set up this email.
Okay, that means the keyboard is working. You no, control alt delete, and then no, you need the mouse to no, you control shift delete and then if the mouse works, that's easier. Still the mouse is not working. The mouse is working now. So now try to move the mouse.
You look even at the ISMS.
It's not moving now. Okay, on the keyboard you press Control Alt Delete. Yeah, Control Alt Delete. What does it say?
The only institution they've got this so-called digital finance
blank
managers. And that's the point. There's too many.
No. The screen is on, but what's showing on the screen?
2-day clearance. Yeah.
Okay, still, does it say for you to log in? Screen is on now. Okay, try use the press the Windows button on the keyboard. See those four squares here? Try press it, the menu comes up. Yeah. The laptop is I'm not, I don't have that phone yet. Actually, no one bed phone now.
They're going to be, the government.
Are you, you're not working night, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. You log on to, okay, you go back to your computer, you go and type this IP address on the browser. Are you at your computer? Okay. On the browser, you type 192.168.0.1.
Okay, if I may ask, coffee. If I may ask you to,
Any browser, and you type
resume your seats, please.
192.168.0.15. Yes, the internet browser. And in the 192.168.0.15.
I know the discussions must be very,
See, I'll call you back. We're starting the what again now.
I may ask you to take your seats and then we should begin the start by after.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we have one more presentation. Please take it, Mr. Rice and Grain, very important. Yes, oh, my goodness, how are you? Oh, he's our friend from Norikori. Very good. Very good, very good. He was, don't forget the Norikori project.
Hello, please,
Mr.
if I
Fallon?
may have. Ask Alan back to our seat so that we can start and we'll finish. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, the recording. We're going to make a start and it's going to be a very challenging outcome. It's been a long day. For you to be still here is a sign of your commitment to work here. So I want to acknowledge your presence and also from the engagement for the next hour. We're going to be talking about a subject that is, I mean, if it's not close to our heart, then it must be close to our mouth. Now, that's rice. It's something that is eaten across every household in Papua Guinea. And we don't simply have enough of it. We keep eating. If you have village people coming to your place and you don't cook rice, they will gossip about you. But those are the realities that we are faced with. So rice is a very important subject in our household consumption basket. And so it's important that we talk about it this afternoon. So that it prepares you for the dinner in the evening, it's gonna be rice. And we are fortunate to have, initially he was not here. But he showed up today. And he's going to be making a presentation on behalf of the rice and grains industry. And he's one of our colleagues from the sector who has been contributing to this dialogue in the background and also with assisting the Department of Agriculture and Livestock and also the sector in different cities as an advisor. And this Mr. Corin Massa, who is the executive chairman of the Rice and Grains Board. I think it's an entity that has been established by the National Executive Council recently. So he will give us a presentation, and I want to also invite to the panel this afternoon some prominent people in this space. And they are the ones that are doing the hijacks from the private sector, and I want us to acknowledge them as they come to the front to be on the panel for this afternoon's session. Firstly is Alan Preston, Rice CEO. So if you could come to the front, I would appreciate it. We also have GFI Country General Manager, Mr. Kung. We also would like to invite Dr. Sibigan from National Agricultural Research Institute, Director General. And Mr. Lee from Norikori Rice Project. And said, thank you. We extend another invitation to Mr. Wayne Theory. Wayne? Wayne is from the one of our rice project down in Central Province of the Lenonas, I believe. Who has great time to be with us today, and it's good to be on the other side of the country, on the other side. So let's see before I allow Mr. Maso to start his presentation, just few of our private sector entities that have been represented in our midst in the past 2 days. And one of those is our colleague from WA Cabinet, Mr. Boy Dara. It's a group, WRC group manager. Boy is sitting here. And as you many of us know, WA Cabinet is also invested in agriculture today. Yeah. They are another big player in the agriculture space. So it's good to have you here. You have been here and we haven't really acknowledged your presence. So thank you. Okay, Mr. Mason, the floor is yours. Thank you, Dr. Eric Komuru. Okay. I would like to give a warm welcome this evening or the afternoon to all of you, our secretary, and the police from the DAR, and also the CEO of the commodity boards, including our private sector's CEO and the management who are here. Thank you for taking this time from your busy schedule to come out like this. For the private sectors, we know this timing for especially for this week is very important time for you. So I want to acknowledge your time here.
And also would like to say thank you to our development partners who are here with us. Because of you, you're moving the country in terms of agriculture sector. So we are happy to have you, especially World Bank and other partners who are here. Thank you for your time as well. We work together to ensure that we leave no behind for our country and for the future. So I would like to say thank you to our developing partners and also the NGOs and other who are here today. Thank you so much. And our special recognition to our farmers who are here also for the various communities. Thank you. You people are the powerhouse. You are the backbone of our economy. Your efforts. Without you, we cannot export. Because of you, we are hitting the numbers. So we say thank you for your time. So with this, I would like to welcome my important people who are here in front. My good CEO for the Tukai, Mr. Alan Preston. Thank you for your time and your team here, Jeffrey. I really thank you. And GFI General Manager, Mr. Su, and our good CFO for GFI. Thank you for your time as well. And Mr. Lee for joining us today. And Dr. Nelson Tilikan and our landowner who actually wants to be part of the rice cultivation and commercialization in PNG as a fresh landowner who came on board to be happy to release the land, which is around 5,000 hectares for commercial rice, which we're happy to have in here. So with this, I would like to say thank you for the NSC team, and the team to put this together. As you have seen on the screen with the title, the two of the leaders in between, changing the grassland into a rice land through private sector partnership. We have so many land that is full of grass without dwelling. What we want to do is we want to add dwelling to that land. We as a government, we cannot. That is why we need a partnership from the private sector to add dwelling to it. So, as a team for the NSPCA, we want to transform the subsistence farmer into a commercial entrepreneur. So also for rice, we want to do for our small rice farmers who are in the villages, we want to give them the privilege and platform where they can be a commercial entrepreneurs. So our target is to get focused with at least 1,000 hectares, so we can get it done this year, 1,000 hectares. And as far as we can go, 100,000 hectares. So the biggest dream for the sector or the subsector for the rice, which also include maize, corn, sorghum, soybean, and the wheat, is to unlock the customary land that we have in PNG. So based on unlocking the land, we can inject capital investment into the customer land so that we can grow the economy together. So as I go through you, there are a few things that at the end of this workshop, our team would like to achieve. So I'll take you through. But before that, I just want to give you the introduction of the origin, how the rice comes into the world, how the seed start. So back in the early 5000 BC, or back in 2800, there was a beginning introduction of rice cultivation in India, 5000 BC, or 2800 back in China. So rice is one of the most important staple food, feeding more than almost half of the global population. So rice was domesticated in Yangtze River Valley of China. So it was split into two types of rice, the long grain and the short grain. The long grain is more on tropical climate, and the short grain is more on the temperate, where those countries which have 4 seasons, they specialize in the short grain, which Sakurika. The Indica one is the long grain which more common along the tropics. So I would like to start off by acknowledging our rice importers. Pioneer importer Tuka Rice been here for more than 60 years, I guess. And the other importers who are with us, GFI and Homestay. Apart from the rice importers, we have also local rice grower, which is River Rice in Central Province, and also a small also growers for their own consumption. So let me take you through the purpose of this presentation. I would not touch on the economics of rice because I'm not expecting this. I have the expert who are sitting with me here. So what I would like to do is at least to give you the comfort and the confidence to the industry that now at least we have a house. What I can say in top kitchen is Niplakat house monster. Coffee, they have. Cocoa, they have. Oil palm, they have. Rubber, they have. Spice, they have. But rice was forgotten for so many years. So the government have now given the road mission. So those private companies who are taking part in the industry in rice and grain, but now you got Houseman Blue Star. So let's discuss in this how that I can support you. Not you can support me, but as a government that I can support you to at least grow the economy. I'll give you the baseline data, some of the baseline information from the global perspective, and then I'll zoom it down to PNG. So if you can have a look at national rice demand between 2024, 2025 is between almost 600 to 800,000 tons. That means every citizen consumes 61.5 kg of rice a year. In terms of soil fertility, how many hectares PNG can produce or grown rice? We've got almost 14%, which is equals to 6.4 million hectares of land is suitable for rice. Today, we have only 5 provinces who are active in producing rice on small scale. Let me take you to the global scale. Who's the biggest producer of rice? China produced almost 145.28 million metric tons, which is 25% of the global. India produced almost 145 million metric tons. Indonesia produced almost 35.7 million metric tons. In terms of the global world market for rice industry is almost 33.9 billion. So in terms of the food security, when it comes to food security, if there is any drought or any war in the rice producing or growing countries like Vietnam, India, and China, which we normally import, definitely PNG, we're going to be in a bad situation when it comes to food security. The government talks about oil palm, talks about coffee. It also talks about other crops like cocoa butter. Those are the crops that daily PNG also, it goes into a downstream processing. We import back into PNG as a finished product. So we don't consume the raw materials. It's all about export. But when it comes to rice, rice we grown here, we process and we will consume. That's the difference. So if there is a war, coffee cannot sustain us. If there is a war, oil palm cannot sustain us. Because we don't eat oil palm, we don't eat coffee, we don't eat what? That you can eat. But every day we eat flour, we eat rice. That's the significant national security, food security that concerns. So why are we importing almost 600,000 tons in the event that we will face any disaster on those countries that produce rice, PNG, our citizens will be in a very dangerous now. Why I put the corn and soybean? We almost import 1,196 tons of corn. The wheat demand in PNG, almost 300,000 tons. But we don't grow those things. Let me give you the figures of stock feed that we need. We also miss on that side of business. PNG imported almost 40,000 tons of frozen poultry in 2022. 21,000 tons of lamb meat, frozen imported. 7.9 thousand beef meat and 3.6 thousand tons of pork meat. At the moment, we cannot sustain those import because we don't have the production base for stock feed. So have a look at the business opportunities that we are missing. Keep on importing those frozen meats. This is for your information. This is just a baseline. As you can see, the import of livestock into PNG. Why I'm giving you the figures for livestock? Because rice and grain is all about not only rice, but it's about maize, corn, wheat, soybean, which we will also use that to produce the animal feed. So let me bring you back to the status of the policy and the registration. As soon as the NEC approved the setup of the National Rice and Grain Board, it was sitting almost 18 months in DAL until Minister John Boyto came on board. Then Prime Minister asked him, well, remember there's an NEC decision that was dated 20th December 2023, and this is almost 2025. So do we have the NEC decision that was directed to set up the National Rice and Grain Board established? So when the Prime Minister asked the Minister has no any idea about these things until our good secretary, Dr. Siki Benham, set a meeting in Gateway to bring the stakeholders back to put together a roadmap how we can address the issue of rice and grain in the country. That was the time Prime Minister asked to set up the Rice and Grain Board. So it was like, this is just 3 months sector in PNG. So we tried to extract the alignment of the MDT4 and the National Agriculture Sector Plan. But in the NASP, the key result area, one, concerns the economic growth through the agriculture. So National Rice and Grain also wants to be the key implementer, having that space where we can take part in the commercial scale. So NSP targets 80% self-reliant sufficiency starting with 6% achievement in 2025. So by this year, at least we do something. That is why I have our good private sectors to tell them that this is the target of the government. By this year, at least we achieve 6% of rice import. In the next 5 years, probably 25% by 2030. So with this, we have drafted a policy to make sure that we capture the government priorities. But most of the thing that we will need in this country, we don't have the land as a government. That is why we need the partnership from the customary landowners. Because the customary landowners, they own almost more than 90% of the land in this country. And the problem is, how can we unlock and unpack the government customary land, free it up, and convert that into a state land, and then that will be possible for an investor to come in. That is where we want to come in to help. So probably last week, our good secretary and the team have put together a team from intergovernment agency between the lands department plus key stakeholders to form a committee where we will assess all the customary land within PNG where rice can be grown. So we have the customary land owner to register them and get it into a government system, convert the customary land title into a state list, and then it will be a de-risk for the security of the investment. So the company who wants to invest can also be an investor in the rice and grain commercial activities. So having said that, government have given some budget under the MDT4. The budget ceiling given for the MDT4 time frame was 360 million. Based on the annual allocation, 90 million was for each allocation. But somehow, this year, they cut by almost 35%. So budget book, they only budgeted 35 million for the rice program in PNG. But there's another 11 million that NEC approved to set up the rice and grain board. So total of almost 46 million for the rice. But there was a presentation that was done by DAL with Sport and People Secretary at Gateway and Prime Minister have also made a commitment of 65 million. So we're trying to put this together where we can come in. For us developing the program in PNG, but at least we have our private sectors where we can tell our private sectors that we have this capital from the government where they can come on board so that we do partners together to develop the rice commercial production in PNG. So the target space for this year for the rice development is only in 4 areas: in Central, Eastern Highlands, Western Highlands, and Morobe. In the Central, GFR with the customary landowners, which is 5,000 hectares. In Eastern Highlands, the Norikori with the South Korean government through the aid program. And in Western Highlands with livestock allocation of 1,000 hectares to develop the commercial rice. And in Morobe with Trukai, that they have their own private land, which is around 500 hectares scheduled with their smart agriculture program. In 2026 to 27, we're looking into Spit Plains, Western, Eastern Britain, and Buka. So, in our plan, as a government, we have tasted quite a number of development in PNG. The upland rice has given us very low productivity. Like the Jinhua Chinese aid program in Eastern Islands has been here for 24 years. They keep on doing the same old thing. Year in, year out. Doing trial and error. And they've been doing the trial and error for the last 24 years. But if I give you, in the next slide, you will see that rice is very, very sensitive to water. It's very sensitive to water. So our focus as a government is, let's look at how we can set up the infrastructures, such as the irrigation system, where government can come in and develop the irrigation system, private sectors you come in, and you organize and you plan, and you do your business. That sort of thing through the PPP program that we want to set this. So partnership with the private sector can drive the commercial program in PNG for rice and grain. And also we would not forget about small citizens, because they have pockets of land everywhere. So while doing the large scale commercial, we want to also inclusive our citizens so that in the cooperative groups, when a company sets up the mill, the small customary landowners can be a supply base to the factory, just like the welcome model that they have. That's sort of model that we want to also assist the private sectors if they can set up in PNG. This is okay. This is the government support via sector integration. This morning we discussed about why the lands department is not here, the energy sector is not here, and the roads is not here. We as a government, we have to go back and then we discuss and have a team together before we come and discuss with our private sector. The key integration in any development in commercial, large scale farming in agriculture space is the quality road accessibility, the energy supply, and the water. These are the very important things that we as a government. Why? Because in PNG, doing business is one of the highest, most expensive in the world, I can say. Why? Because of the freight cost, the water and the energy is just so expensive. Other countries, you can pay only 20 dollars to get a 10 unit of electricity, but in here, it's almost 98 or 88 dollars, which is 5 times more expensive than other countries. So that sort of things where we can piggyback on each other as a government, where the road comes in, where the electricity comes in, where the water comes in, so we can subsidize those integration, and then our private sectors can come in to actually participate in them. Now I'll give you an overview of the landmass in PNG. If you can see the green area, the city plain up the north, down the south is the western plain. And then towards the edge is where the central and Gulf is, Milne Bay, and then up to Bougainville, and then the eastern Britain. That those green colored shaded areas are the ones that are suitable for rice in PNG. Almost we have 6.5 million hectares of rice that we can grow into commerce. So if we fully, just like Dr. Eric Omo had mentioned for, if we can invest fully in 6.5 million hectares of land, we can double the budget of PNG government budget for annually, almost 22 billion a year. That's the opportunity that we have in the country, but we're not investing. So in 2025, as I have said, ERA by Trukai, Panepa by GFI, Lorikori by the Korean embassy and the government, Launa Kalana in Central, and Bayer. In 2026, City Plain, Western Province, East Niputan, and Buka. So based on the scientific geography study where the rice suitability can be, soil fertility is, that's where we move in the rice projects. So that our investors, we guide you and provide an information that is more up to it, so that when you invest, you invest. So coming back to the monitoring and evaluation framework, this is, I see, one of the biggest problems in the agriculture sector. Sometimes we have a work plan, we have a budget and a cash flow, but we don't seem to stick to the work plan and the cash flow. We seem to spend almost 20 to 30% of capital investments on unbudgeted, unplanned activities. And that's the disease in the sector. So we have to be honest with ourselves before we come to private sectors. Because private sectors, they stick to the budget, they stick to the work plan, and the cash flow, they invest according to the work plans, and the money plan, they see the results. Not like the government. So the NASP now set up to give the confidence to the private sectors is to inform the private sectors that National Agriculture Sector Plan will be coordinated and monitor the investments in the agriculture space, so that our AAA Act to govern and monitor the operations and administration of the agriculture investments, and the other investment parties, the Agriculture Investment Corporation Act, will also manage the fund management of the investments in agriculture space, not like in the past where NADP has been developed and money's been been invested in the NATP, but nothing has been done. So that's the sort of comfort and confidence we want to give it to the private sectors there. Independent specialist people will monitor and conduct the M&E to ensure that investment in agriculture from the government is being protected and managed properly. So at least we can have a proper M&E framework monitored by TAL, NSP, and also the national plan. Let me give you the average of water use in farming rice in the current state. I'm giving you this information because water is another important source component in farming. So on the global scale, a kilo of rice takes around 2,291 liters of water from the seeds to the harvest. In India, 2,850 liters per kilo. In China, 1,321 liters per kilo. In Indonesia, 2,150 liters per kilo. This proves that we cannot do rice without irrigation in PNG. You go to China, you go to Vietnam, you go to Philippines, any of those rice producing countries, they use water to grow rice. But in PNG, I don't know where we get this information. We're trying to keep on doing trial and error for the last 50 years without any water, and we keep on failing. Big mistake. Let me give you the development cost, PNG against the other countries. In PNG, you can spend 9,600 per hectare to develop 1 hectare rice. In Bangladesh, 1,194 kilo. In Nepal, 3,490 kilo. In Philippines, 3,582 kilo. In Ghana, 767 kilo. In Brazil, 3,742. Nigeria, 320 kilo. USA, 12,000. So in some of those 8 countries that have extracted the development cost per hectare for rice, the highest is US, the second highest is PNG. That is why Trukai, they assess the information, the cost component, the movement of freight, the development cost, and they count the business in rice because of the high cost in PNG. So it's the net cost import and net cost production, local production. As a business, what would you decide to choose? You can't continue to invest if you cannot make money. So PNG is one of the countries that is most very expensive to grow rice. I can say, as this is the data that's proven. So that is why I say we as a government, we have to have an interagency working committee. So that's what Deputy Secretary for Department, Dr. Bani said. Government looking at the ways to reduce or remove all the imports in the production inputs that is imported into PNG. So when our agriculture industry players bring in the production placings from outside, there's no GST, there's no import duty tax, it will reduce the cost so that they have a better income or return on investments. I'll give you a small overview of the structure of the rice and grain that we have. Currently, we house at DAL as the secretary. They're working on the policy with the men of 15, policy extension research. We will coordinate with the provincial government, not the government, but the LLG. When we say LLG, people who own the land. Provincial government doesn't own the land, it's the people who own the land. So that's why we're looking at working with the provincial government, but the LLG, who own the land so that at least we can provide the service that we need. In the interim, when the sector set up the secretariat, they will put an authority together, getting the policy up and the act. So in that policy, once the policy is up and done, they will now incorporate the authority. So that authority will fully function to at least regulate the industry that we have. So that our industry players, you are safeguarded, you are being protected, you're being supported by the government. In terms of the extension services, we working closely with NARA. We have to set up one which is in Morobin, Bubia, in Eastern Highlands in Ayura, where it will benefit the Norikori, and the central in Laloki will also give support to the Wanepa and Launakalana. So in collaboration with the NARI DAL, Junkao, Taika, Koika, Wellbank, FAO, are the team that we will work very closely to ensure that we actually implement the dreams of the government for rice and grain. Extension services, at least we giving 60% coverage of all the LLCs that we can at least have our presence in all the LLCs. Because as today, there's no extension services at the village level. So as what Trukai is doing with the mobile training units deployed with Trukai and other agencies in the country, we also want to capacity build our small farmers. With our capability assessment that we conducted, we just started now, policy making, our strengths, which we have DAL to give us the strength. Also, we have the existing capacity from NARI and IRI. Our weaknesses, we are limited with staffing, with technical staffing. So if the private sector said you want any support in that, we might also be asking you to help us with that. In terms of technicality, because you are the industry players, you will have that. One of the biggest problems we have is the trade movements of programs in between the central and the highlands. So that is why we don't want to plant in central, and the factory will be based in Lane. We want to bring the factory where the plantation will be, or the farm will be. So cost of movement through the freight can be at least managed, instead of having the rice in Norikori and bringing down to Lane, or bringing down to mostly where the factory will be another high cost of business. In terms of opportunities, we have rice is growing demand every year. We have it. The import is double. The threats that we have is the climate change. That's why we have in green finance to come in to have a look at the blue carbon, green carbon areas where they can assist us, and the social funds where people can be mobilized. So we're working also with the green carbon, green finance, where they can also come in to help us with the financing capacity as well. Functionality of the rice and grain board. Our mandate is not to be a competitive with the private sector industry. We just want to provide an oversight in the industry. So we look after the licensing, the standards, coordination, and the incentives. Incentives mean the import of duty, which at least we play a part to provide the tax exemption talking to the government. Or if there is a project in Gapadi and Vanuka, that areas where we have 3 or 4 private sectors doing the rice business or grain, then we can apply to the international trade to declare that place as a special economic zone, so that at least you can set up a factory and you have at least have benefits from the incentives provided by the special economic zones. So our key focus for small farmers is government to at least set up a storage house, because when a small farmers grow and when they don't find a market, they give up easily. So we have a warehouse where we buy from the small farmers, have it stored in there, and then we can assist where there is a need to feed the school or hospitals, then the government can facilitate. All right? Our challenges as the other government sectors, bigger problem is the issue of funding from the government. And I must not be ashamed to say before our private sectors. Private sectors, when you have a budget passed, then you know the strength, so you release the funding according to your budget, and then you implement according to your cash flow. But in the private, in the public sector, is completely differently, totally different from what you do. So most of the government sectors, we're still waiting for the release of the money from the government. So most of our planned program in the sector, sometimes we don't come to as promised to you, because the money we're supposed to receive in January, we received in May. Or the money we're supposed to receive in April, we received in August. So that sort of thing, that's the biggest problem in the government. The other important thing is the limited data system we have in the government. The other one is the transport logistics. Logistic cost is very biggest problem. We don't even own a ship. We provide the freight subsidy, but we are paying to a shipping company, maybe owned by our own people, but on a commercial rate. Why can't we, the Department of Agriculture and Livestock, through the freight subsidy passage, a ship, commodity ship, so that we can minimize the cost of bringing the cow, coffee, livestock from one part of the province to another part of it. So we subsidize our farmers. So it brings down the cost of production, that sort of thing. Supposed to. And also resistance to new varieties that we have. And the biggest problem is the ownership of the land we have. Ownership is the biggest problem. Government announced 200 million to provide to the customer land, to unpack the land, so that they can convert that into a state land, and then private sectors can come in to invest. That is not happening. Project financing from commercial banks is a no-go zone for agriculture business. The SME loan that is being given to the agriculture sector, yes, the name is agriculture SME loan, but it's not the agriculture benefits. Someone else benefit. We just a name tag. So for commercial banks in agriculture space, it's no-go zone for the bank. How can we now make a farmer to be a banker that he can or she can borrow money to do financing? That is where we need people like Green Finance to come in to help us in the areas where they can de-risk and make the investment more viable for our farmers to invest. So, way forward, after this, we want to finalize the registration and the policy by third quarter this year. Secure funding so that we can keep our staff. And at least we roll out our digital data where we know exactly who owns what and by how many hectares, what's the investment of each zone that we have already plotted on the map. And partnership with the private sectors, people like Fukai, GFI, Homestead, Rigorize, and other international or interested investors, and strengthen our provincial coordination to work with our small farmers, the energy, through the cooperative system to empower them. And our target for this year, we're saying 25,000 tons in 2025, which is almost 5% import replacement. So I should end now. Thank you.
Another round of applause to Mr. Master. His presentation in a way was very succinct, and also he broke the record doing it in 30 minutes. So very good benchmark, I think, for those scholars who presented. I'm going to ask some questions to our friends sitting in front. They are the experts. And I think it's good to see private sector being represented in this conversation. And I don't think any person who reads in our country is not seeing the word Trukai. Everywhere you go in this country, you will see a Trukai rice bag. Well, and then that's a fact. The ICCC uses roots rice as the benchmark to monitor rice prices in that country. If you set the rice, that everyone rice, or maybe it's affordable. So there are certain things that happens in our country where some of the men who are sitting here provide the leadership in order for us to progress in the industries where they need. So I want to acknowledge, telling too many things, so I'll put some of. I get offended when people don't pronounce my name properly. So I want to get our friends their names right. We've got two big players in the rice industry in the country. That's Mr. Preston from Trukai Rice, and also we have Mr. Khan. Is that correct?
Mr. Soon.
Mr. Soon. Okay, we have from the agro program. If you actually look at the first names in front and the second name at the end. In some of the Asian countries, they have the other way around. So my apologies, Mr. Soon. I want to maybe start off with both of you. We had a very good presentation from Mr. Mansur this afternoon on the rice and grains, the origins of why it was formed, and also where they are, and the aspirations for us to go forward. They cannot achieve what they aspire to do without collaboration and partnership from industry, and that's where you guys are. We also have two gentlemen in the middle of the significant in the research area where rice is part of the problem. We also have Mr. Lee from Norikori Rice Project. So I'm sort of trying to put them together when I ask them the question. So two of them will respond to the same line of questioning from their own perspective. And then we've got Alain, a very important person. This afternoon we're talking about land ownership. And really supplying to our developers to develop rice. And the question is, how do we unlock? How do we make them offer their land for us to develop it for us? And these come all the way from Central Province, which is one of the target provinces that already mentioned this afternoon. So thank you, sir. Great thing us to make the presence in here because it's men like you, women like us. We have details here. In some of our societies where our mothers are the custodians of the land, until the living arrangements in a little bit. So it's important to have them in these conversations to be able to contribute. My question, where I need our two major rice players in the country to respond to is that yesterday we had Mr. Hoa mentioned something in the midst of his presentation about enabling environment. And I wrote something and I showed it to my colleague, Dr. Komolon. I said, enabling environment is a big phrase. We need to unpack. What does the enabling environment? And that's why I want to go back. Picking on that conversation yesterday on the enabling environment, what is it? Because I think that's the question that we need to answer. What type of environment does the private sector need in order to operate? Are there impediments? If there are impediments, what are they? So that the government can contribute. Well, some of those impediments. So the question is, what do you see in the way you are? There's the impediments to production and development of rice in PNG. What are the areas where you think the government would make a contribution to? Maybe I'll let you. I think it might. Maybe you got tired of you. what do you see as impediments? Or challenges that you see in the space where you are? And where government can make a contribution. So I'll take, your responsibility, people who are here. Thank you. Very slow.
Do the other one.
Anyway. Yeah, so those are the areas where we would like to hear your thoughts. Following the conversation and the presentation that Mr. Maso is we'd like to ask you to just if you need 5 minutes or something, give us something, say something.
Thank you. Just a few credentials first. So Trukai is a rice business that's been in PNG for 52 years. And Trukai is predominantly owned by Sunrise, which is a rice business. And that's all we do is rice. And it's been in the rice business for 70 years. And it's owned by farmers, rice farmers largely in Australia. So our forte, if there's one thing we are really good at, it's at the rice business and growing rice. Trukai is a household name in PNG. In the 6 years I've been here, I've learned how important the brand is and how trusted the brand is in PNG. And it's obviously a big business in PNG, and we've been working with the government over our 52 years to do all sorts of things together in partnership. We've owned 4 rice farms, we've owned pig farms, we've owned peanut farms, we've owned sorghum farms, we've owned many different types of farms and tried many different crops. But we always come back to our core, which is rice. And in the Morobe province, we've had as many as 4 farms growing rice in my time. Around 5,000 hectares of cumulative land we've tried to work, and it's difficult. And most of it's been unsuccessful. And we still have 1 farm which we own on a state lease, 1,700 hectares, up the valley, up at Europe. It's difficult. So what are some of the obstacles? If I put government policies aside for a moment, some of the obvious obstacles to growing rice profitably, putting aside food security and employment, the obvious ones. If you look at the CEO survey of the top 100 CEOs in PNG, and look at that survey that's run every year in PNG, and it's been run by an independent group, the same things come up as obstacles to running a business successfully in PNG. The first and foremost is unreliable government policy. Then it follows the roads aren't good enough, the power's very inconsistent, the power's incredibly expensive, and law and order. Those things undermine every business in PNG. And invariably, you can manage all of those things, but it comes at a very high cost. And most of those things are managed or owned by the government. So if the government can deal with those challenges and really resolve them in an appropriate manner and create an environment for the public sector to invest with better returns and de-risk the environment so our shareholders are comfortable to invest more, then it's possible that all of these prospects and potential can be unlocked. But I think we have to move, we have to make sure that the realities of what those of us that are in this country face every day aren't ignored, and Corin hasn't ignored them. But the challenges are substantial and the headwinds are strong. And in my 6 years here, the environment isn't easier than it was 6 years ago. It's much more difficult. And it seems each year to get more difficult. So the road system isn't improving. The power system is getting worse, depending on where you are. If you're in Moresby, it might get better, but the rest of the country, it's worse. you've still got 75% of your population, no power, no running water, no sanitation, and often with no road access. Hard realities. So provides potential for businesses in the private sector to invest in, providing they get a safe return. So where possible, we want to work with the government to provide a stable policy atmosphere. We are growing rice in PNG right now, and we have for decades. So we can put a hand up and say we're doing this and we've tried it and we know what the pitfalls are and how expensive it is, and where there's obstacles that can be overcome, and we've shared that pride. So it's nice to have a seat at the table and have someone listen, but the problems haven't gone away, and we hope we're part of the solution set. We are in the private sector, and we need certain things to be in place for us to work as partners. At the moment, I think I'd love us to be closer partners, not adversaries. That's what I aspire to see, and that's why we're here today. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. My English know very well from China. Everyone maybe know the JFI in PNG. JFI since 100 years ago. Yeah. Start business in PNG more than around 50 more than 50 years. In 2015, all the Walmart is get some shop from the JFI Corp. After this one, in 2027, we start rice business in PNG. Actually, in China, the Walmart have more than 30 factories in China. Rice mill in China. A capacity is more than 10,000, not sorry, 10 million per annum. So in PNG, it's the food, the petition market here. So we start 2017, we start to sell the steel rice. See, we try to bring the best rice to PNG, and there's a reduce all the price, the price, and see the money for all the left cost in for the PNG before. You know, in PNG have the shoot land, the big land. Maybe choose the technique and mark a lot of the issue. So this is the move slow for the heavy for the rice land. From 2023, the Walmart is JFI the parents company. Side MOU, try to find some possibility to develop the rice plan. So we search last time. Now we get some information. We start to try maybe in home cell. Search now we start how to start this one. That's now the tendency. You know, JFI, it's not only rice and the flour and the wheat and the snack. So we see we implement the corn, rice, corn, wheat, some of the local, the small the material. Like the Tasowa and the Sudan, this one. See if we for people. material from the two. So, we have any product and supply, and then after.
이건 아래로 이것도 쪽이야.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Lee. I'm a Korean. I'm living in Ogurawarena. And I'm trying to do one of the rice project named Norikori Rice Project. With Mr. Korean Maso. And we went to Korea last year, November, to get some assistance from the Korea government. And then we had to have a meeting, 7 Korea government organizations. And at the Quebec, also I called Korean ambassador in Mosby to visit our place. And then finally he came here last year, December. And he has seen the Norikori potential. And he promised to assist us 1.6 million kina worth of agricultural machineries. My opinion is that why the PNG we are talk about the many things in agriculture sector, but there is many agriculture items, cocoa or coffee or many things. But I think what I want to have one of the question. Why the PNG government did not concentrate to produce the 4 major crops, rice and wheat and the soybean and the corn. As you know well, the rice and the wheat will be our stable food, and the corn and soybean will become the livestock. We can make a stock feed for the livestock. So as long as we are concerning to produce a big quantity of these 4 major crops, maybe poverty of the people will be over, I think. So to do big quantity of production of the big quantity of these 4 major crops, I think maybe we have to distribute. I mean, the government has to distribute the small machineries to the older districts. I mean, the older farmers. As everybody knows, very well, most of the farmers they are doing the farming with the state currently, and they appeal the painting. That's why people cannot concentrate to produce big quantity of the even the vegetable too. So if the PNG government concentrate to distribute the small machineries, not tractors. As you know well, most of the population living in the highlands region, including the Morobe too. There is so many people living in that I don't know the place, the Pinchapan and that area, and also I'm from the highlands region, the Norikori or Ogurawarena, and the big population is living up there. So tractor is not suitable for the farming. So I recommend that we have to import small agricultural machinery and will be distributed to the older people. Then
I'm sure that people can make big money. And the other thing, everybody know that we are facing the food crisis because of the climate change and the global warming. So from now on, we have to concentrate to produce the four major crops, I think. And that's all.
Okay, so you can probably agree with your subject is slightly different from what our other that agencies are saying. I think if you listen carefully to the responses that we received, in addition to the three impediments that Mr. Dilkar mentioned this morning, we've got another one added to by Mr. Preston, and that's the unreliable government policy. And that's something very close to home. Maybe that's the reason why we are having this conversation, because let's be frank. We are coming up with policies, we're coming with plans, and we are building on top of them, and we keep going. There's no end to it. And we wanted the private sector to come and tell us, and I think they're doing a really good job to tell us as it is. These are the impediments that they're facing. And I think Mr. President reiterated what Neil Kerr said this morning, in addition to the policy environment in which they are operating. And I hope our rapporteurs are taking note, because this, I think, forms the basis for us to inform government. That we can't keep going to the stakeholders and keep telling them, asking them to give us something, and yet we can't do anything. How crazy can you get? To keep asking for them to give us the feedback we need, and yet we go back and then we come back to them 5 years later and tell them the same thing. Asking them the same thing. These guys are going to be tough. And I think sometimes they are very polite too. They're very diplomatic to tell us things that we are supposed to hear. And I appreciate their courage to tell us as it is. And so I want to acknowledge their frankness to tell us what we need to hear. We are not here to do another talk fest. Because if there is another talk fest in the future to come back here, I'm not coming if you ask me to moderate, Secretary. Because we've had it before. In 2017, there was an agriculture summit. Some of what we are hearing was echoed in that meeting in 2017. But we have very short memories, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, facing the same thing, hearing the same thing. I hope it does not come in here and goes out the other way. Okay, that's I think enough for me. I want to go to Dr. Simpican. Research and development. And I think they're doing some fantastic work to projects that are coming in to provide some solutions on to rice. And I think that's the way forward for us in that space. I just want to get his thoughts on where NARI is and what they're doing to develop rice in PNG.
Okay, first up, we have to be knowledgeable to know what varieties grow where. A lowland variety cannot grow up in a cold highlands environment, and that's fact. If you take a variety from the lowland and try to grow it up there, in which our farmers trying to do it on at head of places and they want to get a yield, it will not work. Because NARI and DAL, including their work with Taiwan for the last 30 years, has revealed that the lowland varieties, you have to keep it on the lowland. The cold tolerant varieties will grow well up in highlands. Yet some farmers try to take lowland varieties and grow them up in the highland. It will never work. You're wasting your time in terms of rice. So Nari and Taiwanese has come up with 4 lowland varieties, including the Taiwan Taizuke, and 2 highland or cold tolerant varieties, which is in existence today. There are 2 upland or cold tolerant varieties. One is white and one is colored, which is we call oxen pie. Through Nari's research over the years, has come up with a high yielding lowland variety that is resistant to brown plant hopper. And that's Nari 1. And Nari 1 is now used extensively for commercial production, regularized usage. But there's still some challenges. In the upland variety, there's a medium grade rice, it's a white grade rice called Golden Mountain. That's brought in and been used extensively up in the islands. Brought in by even the Total project is using upland variety. Golden Mountain. And Nari also released a cold tolerant variety called NR3. And given the capacity that Nari has built over the years, Nari has a capacity now to help assist commercialization of rice in the country, especially in the area of rice seed supply. If people are bringing rice seeds overseas and trying to plant them, we don't have a seed policy. But Nari has capacity through its work having a rice seed quality testing labs been developed. And if you are to grow rice, you have to come to Nari so we can test the variety, test the seed whether it can grow well or not. We have the laboratory, one in Laloki, set up by the Taiwanese mission, and one in Gubia. And we have the capacity that we can work with. And at the moment, Nari produces seeds and supply to provincial government or districts that wants seeds. In 2024, both Nari and Taiwanese mission has released 87,000 tons, 87,000 kilograms of seeds to farmers. And we do have capacity to continue to supply high quality seeds, given the foundation seeds propagation fields that we have. We have come to also realize that through our research, irrigation rice, upland irrigation rice is failing. And over the last 20 years, Nari has maintained its rice fields under paddy, and paddy rice is much more cost effective than upland irrigated rice. So for every tons of seed that you can get from Nari, you can plant 40 hectares. And both irrigated or paddy rice. We feel that paddy rice is more sustainable, cost effective than upland rice. Certain districts have taken rice seeds and have tried to plant irrigated upland rice. They have failed. They can only get 1 or 2 crops, and a 10 or 4 crops fail. But paddy is more sustainable. They're trying to go back into paddy rice farming. What is the way forward for commercial rice? Is it upland rice, irrigated upland rice, or going to paddy? Sustainable rice production in Asian countries is all down to paddy. Is it rocket science to do something differently from here? Or we do the same thing and still maintain the commercial production of rice in the country? That's my comment.
Thank you, Dr. Simbican. We'll have the last response and then maybe I'll open up for maybe a few minutes. I'm mindful of the fact that the time is heading 12:06. And we are looking tired too. So we can't prolong the conversation because you need to rest for another day. But it will be different subjects. I want to just quickly get our representative from the Central Province to share his thoughts on the type of partnership that they would like to see with government. I know that government is looking for land, and they're talking to people like him. I just want him to maybe quickly, in the next few minutes, share his insights into that arrangement. You know, what is it that makes them to commit to the invitation from the government to release their land for rice development in PNG? We have Mr. Wayne Yoribe here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Unfortunately, I'm not ready for this, but I'm grateful that I've been given the chance. If I had known that I'll be sitting here, I would never have bothered the like earlier was. Thanks to Mr. Corin, I'm sitting. First of all, yes, over land. Land is in partnership to everything and anything that we do in our daily lives. Without land, we won't be able to walk. Without land, we won't be able to sleep. Without land, we will not be able to go anywhere, do anything. That is why land is very important. I understand that so many people after I talk, or when the introduction was made, would be asking me, why give land away? Or why sell land away? Let me tell you one thing first. I'm an advocate of land back in Central Province myself, against selling land grabbing, and I wouldn't do anything of that sort on my land. Trust me. But I'm glad that in the face of development, we say, and getting towards 50 years, are we going to go forward or reverse back? That's a question I want to ask. In doing so, I want to carry my people's weight on my shoulder, bring them forward, and I'm therefore grateful to Mr. Corin for giving us the chance, an opportunity through this rice project here. And we are purposely here today, had a visit around looking at GFI setup, and I take my hat off to them for the hard work that they put into producing that rice, so you and I can be able to sustain ourselves. Thank you. Really, land is of great importance to us. And I'm happy to announce here today, in front of a whole lot of you, for the dedication that the PM has given out for the rice concept in Papua New Guinea. And we from Central Province, Wanapa Brown, they say Wanapa, Kere, my local village is in Wanapa. In Central Province, we will go in partnership with government and whoever developer they see fit to put rice to fill and sustain the growing population out there. We have been farmers all our life. We have born and bred farmers. But the thing is, how long can we continuously do this? We need to free up our lands. Put them into partnership. And everyone make sure that you get the real value out of your land in doing so. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause to everyone. I think they're doing straight to the point, they spoke, and I think they informed us, they provided us insights that some of us don't even have a clue. But this process is a learning process as well, and I am thankful that we are people who are expressing their own views to face them what they are, to share with us their knowledge and experience, for us to add value to the process of dialogue that we are in. I'm going to open up for a few questions. Like I said, it's already very late, and I'm going to take a few questions before we adjourn for the day. I want to start off with one of our own. I want to start off with the Deputy Director General for NARI, who is a rice expert himself. And I think it would be good to hear from him, and then I will come across. Dr. Peter Gendo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I have worked in the rice sector in this area for some small number of years, so I'll give my views. And firstly, I acknowledge that the funding in the fund is very leading and very representative of the industry, the government, research, and everyone else. I won't speak much on the technicality of rice, but the first word or the important word is policy and enabling. I've worked with NARI for 22 years, and the 6 varieties that I'm gonna talk about, I think I played a part in this. And I walked the length and breadth of this country to test the rice. And I did my master's and PhD in rice. So, from my experience, and I've worked in industrial function, the industrial players are saying it's very important. And Mr. Foreign Masters lined up the concept very well for the industry to, and the board to function. The very important thing is, before we come to this thing, we have to get the policy and the regulations in place. And that must be user friendly so that it can accommodate the investors without bias. Because there are some 3 or 4 existing players already. There may be new ones coming in, and policy sometimes is skewed on towards targeted groups. And we should not do that. We put it on an equal playing field so that it can enable that. So in the policy and the regulation should consider energy, raw, the machinery, the parts, and then rice industry is a baby for this country. And to grow babies, you have to enable a lot of things to look after it well so it can grow. You can give tax holiday for up to 20 years. If the mining sector is given tax holiday, why not this rice industry? That will enable them, because rice is very, very sensitive. It's affected by cloud cover, for example. By 20% or 10% in the morning, it will definitely affect the rice crop during the grain filling stage. If the water level and the temperature in the water irrigation field is fluctuating, and the land is not prepared well, it affects the crop, and the crop will be lost, and it's investment lost. So they will say it's not productive if they will pick up and move. So we have to be considerate and give them tax holidays, factor the policies and regulations in such a way that will enable them, invite them to come to the field and achieve what we want. Otherwise, we'll try. So they tried out in the market because they don't have the ownership to the land. So how can they protect the land? They just use the heavy machinery to plow up, and it's undulating. It's not even so. Rice are very sensitive crop. How can it perform? So the policy must enable them, give them tax holidays, regulations from A to Z should be well captured in so that it will enable the industry to come in and start of the industry. Two, for information, when you are selecting the sites, rice is very sensitive and very specific. And when you want to market, you are targeting the audience. In this country, the taste for over 60 years, the Buka influence is Japanese, short medium grain. And it's what I'm going to that. And it's tasty. And the Japanese, okay, like in Japan, the Asians, they eat without any apples. But the Indians, the taste is not really. That's why we have to do stew and other things to enhance the taste. And the Indian cost is low. So I don't know whether they are blending the rate that this is companies here, but we have to. The Japonicans are mostly tolerant or grow well in the cooler climate. So when we do these things, we have to do differently. And the market, if you grow all some of the varieties they are grown here, it's Japanese indica process. There are no hybrids. Hybrids and whatever you can do in terms of cost. The taste is very important. And it has to be perfected, and it should be when the site selection should be targeted for different varieties or different indica or Japonica, so that it can be suited and it can enable us to grow. Otherwise, if we select the technical, if we get the technical aspects, the mechanization, the other enabling environment, costs, and other things, if we don't get it right, things will fail. So I just want to put it on the floor and get the resolution, get the policy and the regulations up, so that different players can we can work together and enhance it and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gandua. I think it's sort of reiterating what Mr. Preston from Trukai Rice said about the policy aspect. So thank you. You know, we miss or something, nothing. We don't really even know what we are eating. Until somebody who is an expert in the field tells us you're eating this particular rice or the other one, we online or back at us.
Thank you. I wanted to make a few observations, in responses. One on the presentation, and two from the panelists. On the issue on unlocking Kashmiri lands, we can come up with two models. One, what we can do with knowing the fact that 97% of the land in the country is Kashmiri owned. Let's look at the Kashmiri Land Act, where you can ask landowners to register the land, get the value, and the value of the land becomes the equity in an investment proposal with an investor or some of the investors already in the country. And that can be a good investment model. Second is the same process, but you lease the land from the landowners, so that they earn some money annually or whatever arrangement. That's on that. On the policy aspect, I think the government did not have a rice policy for some years, even though rice consumption has been so prominent here for some long years, maybe more than 60 years, 50 years. So DAL is now geared up to work with grain and rice industry to work on a policy based on consultations from consumers and other stakeholders. So that's under control. Next on a policy on seeds. DAL under Dr. Bang's leadership, we have established a seed registry unit. And that unit will go into developing a seed regulatory policy. So that's all under control now. We will advise on the outcome very soon. Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. I'll go to Paul, and I'm
Pass the glass, everybody can speak. Yeah.
Not like your house, we collect some please.
Thanks, Eric. Just a little reminder. We're sitting here, what bureaucrats and officials. So what is the agriculture sector? Well, basically it's farmers out there. It's not bureaucrats. It's not the politicians. A few politicians and a few bureaucrats may have gardens, but basically the farmers are the ones who are making decisions. So we sit there, the MTDP4 and the National Agricultural Strategy, and we come up with these targets and these figures, and we say six-fold increase in this, that, and the other. And do you think the farmer really cares what our strategies are? They're going to make their decisions on the basis of their land and their families and their time and their effort. And what's going to give them a decent return to their effort? I've got a little table here in front of me, and of course it always changes. And it's got a long list of crops. And the top was vanilla, and the price of spices goes up and down. They're more volatile than the major cash crops. And it goes down, the next one is kava, and then it goes down beaten nut, oil palm, blah, blah, blah. Right to the bottom of the list, rice, coconuts, rice, and patchouli. And yes, prices go up and down, but on the time at this stage, when this particular exercise was done, the returns in kina per person per day for vanilla was 165. It went down, and you got beaten nut and palm oil 123. Carrots, 83, potatoes, Irish potatoes, or whatever you call them, because they're from South America, but anyway, 56, sweet potato, 57, and you go on way down, you've got garlic nuts at 41, you go down, coffee is somewhere in, cocoa is 26, and it goes on down, spices, and then you've got rice at 4 kina per day. Now, obviously, if you can get your productivity up, if you get the right variety and the right conditions, yeah, you can increase the productivity, and obviously you can get a return in a fairly short time from rice, which you can't for some tree crops. But we have to remember, whenever we're talking about policies, farmers are not rice farmers or coffee farmers. They're going to be doing multiple things. If you go to southern India, you'll see a patch of land with a lot of food crops and spice and cash crops, multiple different crops. You'll have your areca nut, your betel nut tree with black peppers growing on it. You'll have cardamom in the patch, in a damp patch. You'll have different things. So you're not going to make a fortune when the price goes high because you've got multiple crops. But you're not going to lose out when the price goes down because you've got multiple crops. But nevertheless, you want to get a decent return from your time and effort. So we've just got to remember, yeah, the state can do certain things, and they certainly can improve the conditions and the opportunities by making transport accessible and roads, reducing the law and order risks, and so on. But nevertheless, at the bottom, again, I mean, rice is not new. I mean, during World War II, people were all told to grow rice. In the southern region particularly, they were being told to do it by the Australian government. In the northern region, they were being told to do it by the Japanese government. Did they do it? Well, if they could avoid it, they were largely avoiding it. But rice was being grown in Sepik and Madang. But as soon as you had opportunities for coffee and cocoa, farmers started going to those crops because you plant it and then it goes on producing for a long time. So yeah, if at the end of the day, if we want rice to be a viable option that farmers want to do and investors want to sort of participate, we've got to demonstrate to them that the returns are going to be comparable. Or, you know, as part of a farming system, you're going to have multiple crops in 1 year, and you're going, but the decision making is not being made by bureaucrats or others, unless bureaucrats can really help shift the agenda. Obviously, that means good research and good research findings, and then good evidence from farmers who are doing it and then achieving good returns. Just a little reminder.
Which Eric can also remind, because Eric's done a lot of work in this sort of field on returns to labour and land.
Thank you, Paul. It's always good to have insights shared by people who have gone and seen, I guess, experiences across our country. Thank you. Please, no need to screen up. You will have your time to speak, so I mean, short, straight to the point. We are not making political speeches yet. If you want to ask a question, ask to the expert sitting in front. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. May I speak in talk with you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Lajib Laugatar. Our stakeholders, and the government officers, all people, rice companies, or administrators, we should have. You know, it's a rice farm, I'm saying, and Toto. We take him time, I mean, people thank you, Lord. You blow the stakeholders tab here. People are playing, you be putting Mantar Lab. Namistar of farm straight, Namika. So when I'm starting to talk, so you are looking planning, the government staff also one middle farm or one something around. We represent him more than 100 villages inside of Pinchavan district, 7 villages in Namika rice farm. So, farming, collective farming, we post a collective farming. People got collective farming concept. So, me coordinating this work. You may live plant discouragement, but come up geographical location, we will grow rice. But this time, no, discouraging people growing rice. People got soil fertility and mina growing rice, but people must apply some best business model, how people capture farmers work quantity plus of people can produce rice in Chalo, kind location also in Chalo, rural area. So now we have people around 35 hectares to rice farm. And people are working. So this is a plan law. National Rice Grain Authority, we have been looking at people almost one something about work one people are all authorities and plan when suitable law larger scale long people are playing the plantations by people are looking most them the plain Lorigo, Ramu, Macam plain, Sipik plain and suitable or machineries about. But I need to look on them or labors to involve in rice farm inside a rural area. And machineries, people are machineries, we use labors, mamas, they use the whole South rice farm. So job employment people are creating the Tamblo. And what people are using this a concept. So we talk thank you how you apply this land and be master law. This is a plan the government, how we become, let's want the rural setup. You are setting business model or rural setup. Cloud climb rice. Now, how is that? I know not go down the Tamblo, the rural setup, the Kabumo, inside the rural, inside the minimum of inside. No, but Nipla must create the sample way where Nipla can grow rice tuna. Plus, but value of chain, food production, and how and become Nipla must at least producing rice Tamblo. One of my people in warehouse. So now we have Nipla got how much for rice farm, milling rice stuff, Nipla using tractor, Nipla using buffalo low plowing rice. So this is the concept and Nipla thing also. Nipla applying this la rural district in Papua New Guinea applying. I think coming helping this major stakeholders though, boosting production. While all producing the people lands inside the boost, we got coffee garden, we got rice garden too. So how can we take part in our rice? Then we have Salem rice, we must Salem coffee too. So we have almost this new rice grain board come up. Suppose all the consulting people, all mangi way people set up, the rural setup. People feel something land. Doctor Crown and one distraction law. What commercialization? People create some concept where deal want them or lands department. So area where got top loman, when you formalizing a set rice farm. 1 hectare, 1 village, 1 hectare, 1 village. So collective you come inside one district producing people rice. So mi lo apply lo tamblo ocean so good plus suppose you plus taking on board na one district in the country you may produce motion na support him or major companies stakeholders lo reduce him import na support him lo machineries power tillers this is our something but thank you mix sa time na thank you lo give thinking lo mi si black and look sawa thank you Amin.
Thank you, sorry, I was engaged in another conversation and I didn't follow that. Okay,
No, give him, come on, two more. Two more.
Thank you again. Thank you, Lord. Nice presentation.
No, the other guy.
Me like make him two black pointers. So one ask him, me like make him one black comment. Ask him blow me I'm gonna secretary blow department can take him note. Now conference blow me blow here me no looking secretary blow education stuff. Because one of the people talk to me looking also me blow project me blow no project. Because all the problem me blow talk to lawyer sleep inside on yak problem. Now all the crop kind of rice, coffee, cacao, we brought up to suppose all get put in inside the syllabus for education, curriculum. Now schooling more beginning, plenty agricultural lessons, you must lose. You must schooling more beginning, bro, you know, or competitive, so where people can make him the selling action money loan. Because me looking was a mipla react plan this store. Proactivity, you must planning. Because plan, bro, me plan. This is 2015 40-year plan. That's the 20-year plan now. Some like Christmas companies now. Medium development plans on 5 years. So you must schooling more beginning plan. Education secretary must apply. So you must schooling more beginning plan. You must solve this problem with like that. Now one of some people doctor must come apart for curriculum. M1. Two, I must rule comment Dr. Sibigan. There's research and people something now. Me am must rule comment brother. Now one dollar ground people talk together. For surveyors, the most expensive for surveyors. So people by opening of ground people making accessible now. Beggable. Department need to engage more surveyors. Survey more ground people making monetize yourself. Robert talk to so people can farmers people can use more ground because now when me look at me using planting money law, engaging more surveyors law, survey more ground. Now me not achieving plans. So people are facing big problem on our surveyors. So in a department engaging surveyors for farmers. Thank you.
thank you. I want to change the conversation slightly a bit. I just had a conversation with one of our partners, and I think it's good to pose this question while we to our private sector who are still here. And I think some of the issues we are raising this afternoon, especially from our farmer colleagues that are here, the challenges that they face in terms of access to finance. We read throughout yesterday, today, that access to funds is always a challenge. And Warren reminded us in his presentation that agriculture sector is untankable. Those are the challenges that we face. So the question that I want to pose is, sorry to put Trukai colleague CEO on the spot, but if there's any other private sector, you can also respond. The question is that how do we, or how can we make better access from the perspective of the private sector that is for farmers to have better access to credit to develop their farms. You know, looking at it from the lens of the private sector, our farmers face challenges when they try to access funds. And maybe we want to explore innovative ways in which we can be able to improve their access to finance. That's why the question is, from your perspective, how can we enable farmers to have better access to whatever kind of sort of outlets there are for them to really work price? For people of any other crop in agriculture space. Still. Thank you.
It's an unusual question to put to Trukai, but I'll give you my answer. We run a program called Smart Farmers, where we ask farmers that are village-based farmers to come to Lay or go to Moresby, Central Province, and spend 2 weeks at PAU University or Unitec in Lay, and they spend 2 weeks in classrooms. And in that 2 weeks, we teach them how to grow rice through dryland irrigation over 5 modules. We invented this, we pay for it. It costs us more than $2 million a year to run. And in those 5 modules, there's one module which says, here's Finance 101. Here's how you build a business case. Here's what a cash flow represents. Here's money in, money out. Here's first profit. Here's second profit. So that's a start. With those skills, they've got the best chance of creating a business case to take to any financier to say, well, here's the reason that financier should lend their money, because they've built a business case. So that's what we try and do to equip farmers that normally don't have that skill set to know what to do to borrow money. We obviously don't lend money to anybody because we're at our own business support. But that's what we can do, is try and share our IP on a financial business case with these farmers. And we've done that with over 1,500 farmers in the last 2 years. We do it with 1,000 farmers, new farmers every year now. So over time, you would think that would help more farmers be able to borrow more money with a viable business case where a credit corp or BSP will lend the money.
Fantastic. I think this is a very good insights. I could not help listening to what Mr. Preston said, because unknowingly last year I sponsored 4 students, four farmers from my area to come to the training at PAU. And I'm really glad at least they're doing something that provides, I think, a stepping stone to access finance. And that also I think is really good, because these 4 guys have gone back. There were 16 in total. I only sponsored 4. I just gone back and grown rice at home. And opening up opportunities for them. And so if there's any other, thank you. That's great. Any other, please, I want to hear from the private sector who can move on. The question that I asked.
Where is that guy in the pink? That guy in the pink.
Purple?
No, purple. He's a right rower. It's coming from.
Opinion. We got sample layer rice. We got 2 plus sample me only stuff. Me go thank you. Me get lost. Name me I'm Nick Saningi. I'm from Southern Islands, Imbongu. Okay. People have been growing rice. Me go thank you, Lawan Nari. Nari been giving seed long me Lawan 2013. Now me bla Imbongu, me bla chip seed na, me bla planning. So far me bla got 1 bla association. Imbongu Agriculture Farmers Association. Me at me chairman. So me bla got 300 farmers. People are growing rice, and people are growing the people are tasting. Minister buying 3 rice meal. Now launching by come close to. Also, many among us. Maybe lost, maybe stop inside of that. People have been talked to you on. We looking for some rice. 1 kg. You buy 17. You planning the Yuxin harvesting. And by granting thousand number rice by stop louse. Only by enjoy. Rice and by no steam. And by steam long hours na. bayo planning gen na bayo salim gen. Mi amo mas this program mi mo kunla. Chairman from mi tu mi amo mas. Korean maso. This la program mi working with the prime minister. Mi lagi sampla SME program so budget from mi mas come up separate. SME making na mi looking mosem. Orman olin car na orman car business na this SME work simi gona. Mi farmers mi small SMEs mi lost. Well, people like come up with people so people also. Please, government look travel on people small SMEs. People must only one time na people move. People have on the mountain na. People like come na kitchen people weak. Also, let me apply law government of the day, please. Small SMEs, people helping people na people are one time. I don't believe God bless. Thank you.
Okay, I think our time is going high. 6 o'clock.
We get the last one, I'll be the last, very last.
Okay, two gentlemen standing together.
The brothers, huh? The Morobe brothers.
Sorry to, that's okay, because we said we have to, after we tired, we'll go home and what we will have. We'll have rice, so just give me this time to say something. Humphrey Size is my name. I'm a full-time grain farmer. In my past, I worked with Tuka Industries. I exceeded employment and I became a farmer. So as I stand here, I speak as a farmer. So I'd like to make comments about a couple of points about price. Firstly, I want to comment Chairman. It's good to see that partnership you've already shifted to take on the private sector strength in this industry. So I want to comment Chairman Coren for that. We have GFI, we have Tukai Industries. I work with Tukai and I have a share of challenges of about commercial rice. I won't go in details. I'm no longer a rice farmer. I shifted to growing corn, so that's something of the past, but the experience is fresh. So I want to say this. We already see a partnership being fostered here. The Prime Minister mentioned about the 200 million that's been budgeted and it's packed in lands. This is the greatest opportunity in this meeting. We should push to have the Executive Chairman, plus that money should be already helping GFI to unlock, I don't know how much they want, to grow with the landowner. So this I put it straight to the GAL team to take this on board and help the private sector to come in. This is the biggest challenge a lot of the private sectors face, is accessing land that is without dispute free. Now, when we talk about ILG has different structures. ILGs can be just a single landowner or incorporation of several different landowners. It's easier to work with a single landowner because you're just dealing with one person. It's very challenging to work with 100 different landowners put under one ILG. In my experience when I was running Tukai Industries, when we signed the agreement, when the case is not in the account, it's all good. But once money hits the bank account, that's where the fighting starts. That's why this is the experience I had. And while this association and partnership is formed, DAL should really elevate and talk to the lands department to make sure that land is dispute free, support the landowners, support GFI, get, I don't know, 1,000 hectares, 5,000 hectares investment program. That's point number one. Okay, my other point is about access to finance. When I exited former employment and I became a farmer, generally speaking, and I've got experts in the bank here. Generally speaking, any agriculture investment is a high risk investment. Generally speaking, and then let's order them. within the agriculture sector, the high return, they have the ability to pay back. Just following Paul's list, then the most risky business to invest in agriculture is grain farming. It's a low margin crop. So many things have happened in 125 days. Well, the pest, moisture, everything will just impact. So in the last 5 years as a farmer, I have known so many banks, PSP, all NDB, I think the NDB guy is here again. So I asked, oh, the government has put SME support. You know, there's 80 million in there, there's 200 million in BSP. This is my budget, can you help me out? In this country, the banks don't have experience about financing grain in this country. So there must be a shift in the policy to be allowed so that, you see, I'm not running a PME business. Farming is not PME business. You can produce your crop based on your crop cycle. For rice, corn, for grains, roughly speaking, it's 120 days, 4 months. You give me the money, you have to wait for 4 months, 5 months to start kicking in your loan. And that's why all the SME money that's going to NDB or BSP, they're financing PMEs. They're financing PMEs. They're not financing any agriculture businesses, agri-businesses, farmers, entrepreneurs. You're trying to say something because I know what I'm talking. It's a big struggle to finance grain farmers to start off. I mean, Mr. President, you mentioned about the training about the 1,000. That's the start. We have to get them to be financially literate to understand about input cost and all of that. But I can guarantee you, your 1,000 farmers have gone to the bank and the vault. The keys not there. They cannot open the bank vault. Because it's high risk. How do we de-risk rice farmers, grain farmers in this country? We try to model with NDB. So I asked them, how about silly guy? You know, I said, how about I grow, after when I grow rice or corn, I can store it. If I have, let's say, about 20 tons in my, can you finance it based? Because that's what do you call it? That's an stock. Yeah, that's an inventory. Can you finance it on inventory? They said, the bank policies in this country are not structured to support grain farming. Chairman, I want to put it straight to you, that this is one area of financing for small farmers. And we are talking about grain farming. You guys doing a lot of work to put training into teaching them on financial literacy. But none of those guys, if I haven't got a bank finance, I can guarantee none of those guys who got training on grain farming can never, finance will never get loan unless the policy is aligned and supported. So give me like, if I want to grow rice, give me 15 grand. Give me 15 grand upfront, not secure. You give me 15 grand, but don't come and ask for me to pay on the 25th day. Give it to me, allow me 125 days or 140 days and I'll start paying your loan. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Sadise. Okay.
Stephen is still there, Mike.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies.
Okay. Stephen will be the last speaker in this, and I will make my statement. I will make my statement, then we must give you time to go and take rest.
There were several hundred redundant livestock loans in the Markham, up at Sealand Ground. Right, those loans were all paid off on stock mortgages on land usage agreements. You do not need to go to incorporated land groups and listen to what Robert told us about oil palm. That land that went to oil palm is no longer yours. Remember that. We can do it. I was growing rice for Trukai at Wowing. I grew rice with Humphrey up at Cleanwater. I burnt the last sorghum crop grown by Silicon. It was it rained at the wrong time, and the stuff I had in storage was full of aflatoxin. But there are success stories. In the 50s and 60s, 30,000 tons of peanut kernel were exported from the Markham Ramu valleys to Australia. Pronto. Okay, the house kappa, you go on top of Markham, but you look in house kappa, pula, kumpinis na. You walk about long this stuff, we walk about one time biomass, planning DY, but you looking more bad at peanut this stuff. Something between 20 and 30,000 hectares of peanuts a year were grown in the Markham Ramu valleys. It can be done. And it can be done on clan land usage agreements. The other thing, the other thing I'd like to say is you cannot monocrop. What grows in the market? Me asking you, what is something grow on market in stock? We're not. What is rice? Rice. So you decide, which is what Trukai did, oh, we're going to plant 5 crops of rice one after the other. All the bloody dinner times, hang them up in stock. You can't do it. So you have to come up with integrated farming programs. Use peanuts as a great crop, whatever. You haven't mentioned sweet potato here. You just talk about grain and rice. Look at your starch crops. And I would recommend you call it a Ministry of Food. We're talking about food. Thank you. Nobody's probably
Very good contribution from Stephen. Thank you. Before I see our panel still sitting here, so while we are still here, please, I want us to acknowledge this gentleman here before I move the question. So that they can hear from Secretary and before the Secretary. Thank you very much. Okay, this is the last word from the Secretary.
Thank you. On the market. My dear friends, I won't be long. I want to thank Dr. Eric Honoru, please put your hands together for look, and I'll end with this point from the private sector on the unreliable government policy. I cross-checked with my deputies here, who all sitting next to me, the 3 deputies, but it did wear the rice policy. It is current. It is current, and it does speak of local production, local rice production. So we, my department here, myself and the 3 deputies, we are continuously under pressure for local production. We must see some level of local production of rice. So in the next 3 years, hires secretary and the executive for the Department of Agriculture. And we have discussions with the minister and with Mr. Corin Marshall. The chairperson, meeting hasn't finished yet, please stop the noise in the back. We have discussed with Mr. Corin Marshall. But we must look in the next 3 years, 3 to 5 years. We must grow 25% of the demand in country. We must grow it. This is the desire of government. My minister tells me this every day, every week rather, and the prime minister tells me every time I meet. This is the desire of government. It is for the food security of Papua New Guinea that we must grow our own rice at least at 25%. Why? Because it is food security. The main countries that grow rice from whom we import are in the same agroecological zone in the Pacific Asia region and under a long El Nino dry period, as we have experienced in 2015, 1997, 1982. We have seen a decline in rice in their countries' production because it's a petty-based rice production. And that has meant it is an issue of food security for our country. And the climate change and the drought events are going to escalate into the future. So we know that. Other big reasons why we have to grow our own rice industry up to 25% is that we must create job opportunities and income opportunities as we will rotate the rice crop, Mr. Stephen. It may be with sweet potato, it may be with corn, it may be with soybean, but there has to be a rotation crop. And these rotation crops must go into livestock feed production. Livestock production in this country depends entirely on feed that's imported. Of your poultry, of your pigs, all imported stuff. Well, it's based on wheat, but it's all imported. Even the soybean is imported, and the corn. So the rotation crop of the rice, a rice-based farming system, where there's a rotation of sweet potato, of cassava, of maize, or soybean, is that these other crops will then become the inputs for the livestock feed. So let me indeed, Mr. Corin, there's an import of between 600,000 tons and 800,000 tons. Let me start on the low end, 600,000 tons. A quarter of this is 150,000 tons. In the next 3 to 5 years, we must be able to grow 150,000 tons every year, starting this year. This is government policy. This is the need of this country. This country must. This is what the policy of government is. So when the One Upper Group and the landowners step forward, it's a step in the right direction. We must look at big farms and nucleus farms. That's just the One Upper Rice project we're looking at with GFI, Wilmar. They will set up in the 5,000 nucleus their own farm to start to grow to fit their factory. But also in this nucleus operation, they will have machinery and training and inputs to be able to subcontract the people around who are going to sell their 5,000. Indeed, Mr. Humphrey, when the people of One Upper will sell their land, they'll be very careful that the right portions of land are sold. I have been told them this last week, that the people who sell the land will be the families that own lots of other bits of land in the area, in the valley. So that even if the 5,000 acres will be bought, permanently owned by somebody else, that they will have their own land around the area, because they will have lots of pieces of land, so that they, even if they have sold one piece, there were other pieces from which they can grow this rice and supply to the Philippines. this is a step forward. We need large farms. To which there must be a nucleus operation. For us to see those things. The impact. Dr. Sibbert and I got your point. Whether it'll be pay rice or upland rice. If it's pay rice, it's 8 tons to the hectare. So with about 150,000 tons by 8, it's 18,750 hectares. That is it. If it's upland, 4 tons to the hectare, it'll be 37,500 hectares of upland. But in all of this, it could be a combination of production, but that there'll be a rotation to it, and that we must create also the crops, grow these crops also for the stock feed. The government knows rice is a high demand commodity. It will continue to, and for the sake of growing, it will just be a need for employment. As we grow these other rotation crops for stock feed, it'll create employment. It's about employment, but it's about adding opportunities. This is what the government wants to achieve. Let us work together. I know the groups of small owners who come from Kingshaven, who come from the Highlands. Okay, your level of growing is for your own communities, which is good, carry on, but this is for the bigger market. But so my team here in the front and the department and the Chairman Rice and Grains Board, we will work on the policy on improving it to now look at this 25% in the next 5 years for local production for the replacement of import at 25%. So thank you. This is the policy, and this is what the government is putting us forward, and it is for the good of our country. That is for sure. I thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. I thought my job was done, but I think I'll let the final say. Firstly, I want to thank everyone. You know, it has been a very give yourselves applause. It's although we started off on a